Hello, guys. Welcome to the new ones, and hello back, ladies and gentlemen. I just checked the first episodes I uploaded here, and to be honest, I feel pretty much the same with how bad the audio quality was. So I'm going to re-upload the first 15 episodes. I leave the old ones though to remind that shit happens. I don't know how much it will take. Probably not much, since I'm like 1 week ahead with the daily episodes at the moment. Sorry for those who already listened to them, and thank you for staying so far, of course, to those who did. I also learned some things along the way and improved quite a bit, I would say. Anyways, here I go. Hope you enjoy it. Sorry for the messy order, also. Well, after recording the prologue and first chapter, I changed my mind, so I will just upload the 15 in one long audio, and that way it's not so messy, okay? So here I go, for real now. The Folk of the Air, The Cruel Prince, by Holly Black. Book 1. Children born of fairy stock never need for shirt or frock, never want for food or fire, always get their heart's desire. Jingle pockets full of gold, marry when they're 7 years old. Every fairy child may keep 2 strong ponies and 10 sheep. All have houses, each his own, built of brick or granite stone. They live on cherries, they run wild. I'd love to be a fairy's child. Robert Graves. I'd love to be a fairy child. Prologue. On a drowsy Sunday afternoon, a man in a long dark coat hesitated in front of a house on a tree-lined street. He hadn't parked a car, nor had he come by taxi. No neighbor had seen him strolling along the sidewalk. He simply appeared, as if stepping between one shadow and the next. The man walked to the door and lifted his fist to knock. Inside the house, Jude sat on the living room rack and ate fish sticks, soggy from the microwave, and drank through a sledge of ketchup. Her twin sister, Taryn, napped on the couch, curled around a blanket, thumping her frayed, punch-stained mouth. And on the other end of the sofa, their older sister, Vivian, stared at the television screen, her eerie, split-pupilled gaze fixed on the cartoon mouse as it ran from the cartoon cat. She laughed when it seemed as if the mouse was about to get eaten. Vivi was different from other big sisters, but since 7-year-old Jude and Darren were identical, with the same saggy brown hair and heart-shaped faces, they were different too. Vivi's eyes and the lightly furrowed points of her ears were, to Jude, not so much more strange than being the mirror version of another person. And if sometimes she noticed the way the neighborhood kids avoided Vivi or the ways their parents talked about her in low, worried voices, Jude didn't think it was anything important. Grown-ups were always worried, always whispering. Taryn yawned and stretched, pressing her cheek against Vivi's knee. Outside, the sun was shining, scorching the asphalt of driveways, lawn mower engines whirred, and children splashed in backyard pools. That was in the outbuilding, where he had a forge. Mom was in the kitchen, cooking hamburgers. Everything was boring. Everything was fine. When the knock came, Jude hoped up to answer it. She hoped it might be one of the girls from across the street, wanting to play video games or inviting her for an after-dinner swing. The tall man stood on their mat, glaring down at her. He wore a brown leather duster despite the heat. His shoes were shod with silver, and they rang hollowly as he stepped over the threshold. Jude looked up into his shadow face and shivered. "Mom," she yelled. "Mom! Someone's here!" Her mother came from the kitchen, wiping wet hands on her jeans. When she saw the man, she went pale. "Go to your room," she told Jude in a scary voice. "Now!" "Whose child is that?" the man asked, pointing at her. His voice was oddly accented. "Yours? His?" "No one's." Mom didn't even look in Jude's direction. "She's no one's child." That wasn't right. Jude and Taryn looked just like their dad. Everyone said so. She took a few steps toward the stairs, but didn't want to be alone in her room. Vivi, Jude thought. Vivi will know who the tall man is. Vivi will know what to do. But Jude couldn't seem to make herself move any further. I've seen many impossible things, the man said. I have seen the acorn before the oak. I have seen the spark before the flame, but never have I seen such as this. A dead woman living, a child born from nothing. Mom seemed at a loss for words. Her body was vibrating with tension. You'd wanted to take her hand and squeeze it, but she didn't dare. I dubbed it Balakin when he told me I'd find you here, said the man, his voice softening. The bones of an earthly woman and her unborn child in the born remains of my state were convincing. Do you know what it is to return from battle to find your wife dead, your only heir with her, to find your life reduced to us? Mum shook her head, not as if she was answering him, but as though she was trying to shake off the words. He took a step toward her, and she took a step back. There was something wrong with the tall man's leg. He moved stiffly, as though it hurt him. The light was different in the entry hall, and you could see the odd green tint of his skin, and the way his lower teeth seemed too large for his mouth. She was able to see that his eyes were like Vivi's. I was never going to be happy with you, Mom told him. Your world isn't for people like me. The tall man regarded her for a long moment. You made bows, he said finally. She lifted her chin. And then I renounced them. His gaze went to Jude, and his expression hardened. What is a promise from a mortal wife worth? I suppose I have my answer. Mom turned at her mother's look. Jude dozed into the living room. Darren was still sleeping. The television was still on. Vivian looked up with half-lidded cat eyes. Who's at the door? She asked. I heard arguing. A scary man, Jude told her, out of breath even though she'd barely ran at all. Her heart was pounding. We're supposed to go upstairs. She didn't care that man had told only her to go upstairs. She wasn't going by herself. With a sigh, Vivian folded from the couch and shook Taryn awake. Drowsily, Jude's twin followed them into the hallway. As they started toward the carpet-covered steps, Jude saw her father coming from the back garden. He held an axe in his hand, forged to be a near replica of one he'd studied in a museum in Iceland. It wasn't weird to see Dad with an axe. He and his friends were into old weapons and would spend lots of time talking about material culture and sketching ideas for fantastical blades. What was odd was the way he held the weapon, as if he was going to. Her father swung the axe toward the tall man. He had never raised a hand to discipline Jude or her sisters, even when they got into big trouble. He wouldn't hurt anyone. He just wouldn't. And yet, the axe went past the tall man, beating into the wood trim of the door. Darren made an odd high keening noise and slapped her palms over her mouth. The tall man drew a curved blade from beneath his leather coat, a sword, like from a storybook, that was trying to pull the axe free from the door frame when the man plunged the sword into Dad's stomach, pushing it upward. There was a sound, like sticks snapping, and an animal cry. Dad fell to the vestibule carpet, the one Mom always yelled about when they dragged Matt on it. The rug that was turning red. Mom screamed, Youth screamed, Taryn and Vivi screamed. Everyone seemed to be screaming, except the tall man. Come here, he said, looking directly at Vivi. You monster, their mother shouted, moving toward the kitchen. He's dead. Do not run from me, the man told her. Not after what you've done. If you run again, I swear I... But she did run. She was almost around the corner when his blade struck her in the back. She crumpled to the linoleum, falling arms knocking magnets off the bridge. The smell of fresh blood was heavy in the air, like wet, hot metal, like those scrubbing pads Mom used to clean the frying pan when stuff was really stuck on. Jude ran at the man, slamming her fists against his desk, kicking at his legs. She wasn't even scared. She wasn't sure she felt anything at all. The man paid Jude no mind. For a long moment, he just stood there, as though he couldn't quite believe what he'd done, as though he wished he could take back the last 5 minutes. Then he sank to one knee and caught hold of Jude's shoulders. He pinned her arms to her sides so she couldn't hit him anymore, but he wasn't even looking at her. His gaze was on Vivian. You were stolen from me, he told her. I have come to take you to your true home, an Elfham beneath the hill. There you will be rich beyond measure. There you will be with your own kind. No, Vivi told him in her somber little voice. I'm never going anywhere with you. I'm your father, he told her, his voice hoarse, rising like the crack of lash. You are my hair and my blood, and you will obey me in this as in all things. She didn't move, but her jaw set. You're not her father, Jude shouted at the man. Even though he and Vivi had the same eyes, she wouldn't let herself believe it. His grip tightened on her shoulders, and she made a little squeezed, squeaking sound, but she stirred up defiantly. She'd won plenty of stirring contests. He looked away first, turning to watch Darren on her knees, shaking Mom while she sobbed, as though she was trying to wake her up. Mom didn't move. Mom and Dad were dead. They were never going to move again. I hate you, Vivi proclaimed to the tall man with a viciousness that Jude was glad of. I will always hate you. I vow it. The man's stone expression didn't change. Nonetheless, you will come with me. Ready, these little humans. Pack light. We ride before dusk. Vivian's chin came up. Leave them alone. If you have to, take me, but not them. He stared at Vivi, and then he snorted. You'd protect your sisters from me, would you? Tell me then, where would you have them go? Vivi didn't answer. They had no grandparents, no living family at all. At least, none they knew. He looked at Jude again, released his shoulders, and rose to his feet. They are the progeny of my wife, and thus my responsibility. I may be cruel, a monster, and a murderer, but I do not shirk my responsibilities, nor should you shirk yours as the eldest. Years later, when Jude told herself the story of what happened, she couldn't recall the part where they packed. Shock seemed to have erased that hour entirely. Somehow, Vivi must have found bags, must have put in their favorite pictures books and their most beloved toys, along with photographs and pajamas and coats and shirts. Or maybe Jude had packed for herself. She was never sure. She couldn't imagine how they'd done it, with their parents' bodies cooling downstairs. She couldn't imagine how it had felt, and as the years went by, she couldn't make herself feel it again. The horror of the murders dealt with time. Her memories of the day blurred. A black horse was nipping the grass of the lawn when they went outside. Its eyes were big and soft. You'd want to throw her arms around its neck and press her wet face into its silky mane. Before she could, the tall man swung her and then Taryn across the saddle, handling them like baggage rather than children. He put Vivi up behind him. Hold on, he said. Jude and her sisters swept the whole way to Fireland. Chapter 1. In Fairy, there are no fish sticks, no ketchup, no television. Chapter 2. I sit on a cushion as an imp braids my hair back from my face. The imp's fingers are long, her nails sharp. I whines. Her black eyes meet mine in the glove-footed mirror on my dressing table. The tournament is still 4 nights away, the creator says. Her name is Tatterfall, and she's a servant in Maddox's household, stuck here until she works off her debt to him. She's cared for me since I was a child. It was Tatterfall who smeared stinging fiery ointment over my eyes to give me true sight so that I could see through most glamours, who brushed me the mud from my boots, and who strung dried rowan berries for me to wear around my neck so I might resist enchantments. She wiped my wet nose and reminded me to wear my stockings inside out, so I'd never be led astray in the forest. And no matter how eager you are for it, you cannot make the moon set nor rise any faster. Try to bring glory to the general's household tonight by appearing as calmly as we can make you. I sigh. She's never had much patience with my vividness. It's an honor to dance with a hiking skirt under the hill. The servants are over fond of telling me how fortunate I am, a bastard daughter of a faithless wife, a human without a drop of fiery blood, to be treated like a true-born child of fairy. They tell Tari much the same thing. I know it's an honor to be raised alongside the Gentroy's own children, a terrifying honor of which I will never be worthy. It would be hard to forget it, with all the reminders I am given. Yes, I say instead, because he's trying to be kind. It's great. Fairies can lie, so they tend to concentrate on words and ignore tone, especially if they haven't lived among humans. Trvelling gives me an approving nod, her eyes like two wet birds of jet, neither pupil nor iris visible. Perhaps someone will ask for your hand and you'll be made a permanent member of the High Court. I want to win my place, I tell her. The imp pauses, her pen between her fingers, probably considering breaking me with it. Don't be foolish. There's no point in arguing, no point in reminding her of my mother's disastrous marriage. There are two ways for mortals to become permanent subjects of the court, marrying into it or honing some great skill, in metallurgy or lute playing or whatever. Not interested in the first, I have to hope I can be talented enough for the second. She finishes braiding my hair into an elaborate style that makes me look as though I have horns. She dresses me in a sapphire velvet, none of it disguises what I am. Human. I put in 3 notes for luck, the little fairy says, not unkindly. I sigh as she scuttles toward the door, getting up from my dressing table to sprawl face down on my tapestry-covered bed. I am used to having servants attend to me, imps and hobbs, goblins and Greeks, gossamer wings and green nails, horns and fangs. I have been in fairy for 10 years. None of it seems all that strange anymore. Here, I am the strange one, with my blonde fingers, round ears, and mayfly life. 10 years is a long time for a human. After Madoc stole us from the human world, he brought us to his estate on Innsmire, the Isle of Might, where the High King of Elfham keeps his stronghold. There, Madoc raised us, me and Vivienne and Tarin, out of an obligation of honor. Even though Tarin and I are the evidence of man's betrayal by the customs of Fairy, we're his wife's kids, so we're his problem. As the High King's general, Madoc was away often, fighting for the crown. We were well cared for nonetheless. We slept on mattresses stuffed with the soft seed heads of dandelions. Madoc personally instructed us in the art of fighting with the cutlass of dagger, the falchion and our fists. He played 9 men's Morris, Fitzel, and Fox and Gis with us before a fire. He let us sit on his knee and ate off his plate. Many nights I drifted off to sleep to his rambling voice reading from a book of battle strategy. And despite myself, despite what he'd done and what he was, I came to love him. I do love him. It's just not a comfortable kind of love. Nice braids, Tarin says, rushing into my room. She's dressed in crimson velvet. Her hair is loose, long chestnut curls that ply behind her like a couplet, a few strands braided with gleaming silver thread. She hops onto the bed beside me, disarranging my small pile of threadbare stuffed animals, a koala, a snake, a black cat, all beloved of my 7-year-old self. I cannot bear to throw out any of my relics. I sit up to take a self-conscious look in the mirror. I like them. I'm having a premonition, Tarin says, surprising me. We're going to have fun tonight. Fun? I'd be imagining myself frowning at the crowd from our usual bold hall and worrying over whether I'd do well enough in the tournament to impress one of the royal family into granting me knighthood. Just thinking about it makes me fidgety, yet I think about it constantly. My thumb brushes over the missing tip of my ring finger, my nervous tick. Yes, she says, poking me in the side. Hey, ow! I scoot out of range. What exactly does this plan entail? Mostly, when we go to court, we hide ourselves away. We've watched some very interesting things, but from a distance. She throws up her hands. What do you mean? What does fun entail? It's fun. I laugh a little nervously. You have no idea either, do you? Fine. Let's go see if you have a gift for prophecy. We're getting older and things are changing. We are changing. And as eager as I am for it, I am also for it. Tarin pushes herself off my bed and holds out her arm, as though she's my score for dance. I allow myself to be guided from the room, my hand going automatically to assure myself that my knife is still strapped to my hip. The interior of Madoc's house is whitewashed plaster and massive, rough-cut wooden beams. The glass panes in the windows are stained grey as trapped smoke, making the light strange. As Tarin and I go down the spiral stairs, I spot Vivi hiding in a little balcony, frowning over a comic sign stolen from the human world. Vivi grins at me. She's in jeans and a billowy shirt, obviously not intending to go to the trouble. Being Maddox's legitimate daughter, she feels no pressure to please him. She does what she likes, including reading magazines that might have iron staples rather than glue binding their pages, not caring if her fingers get singed. Hiding somewhere? She asks softly from the shadows, startling Tarin. Vivi knows perfectly well where we're hiding. When we first came here, Tarin and Vivi and I would huddle in Vivi's big bed and talk about what we remember from home. We'd talk about the meals Mom burned and the popcorn Dad made, our next door neighbors' names, the way the house smelled, what school was like, the holidays, the taste of icing on birthday cakes. We'd talk about the shows we'd watched, rehearsing the plots, recalling the dialogue until all our memories were polished smooth and false. There's no more huddling in bed now, rehearsing anything. All our new memories are of here, and Vivi has only a passing interest in those. She'd vowed to hate Maddox, and she stuck to her vow. When Vivi wasn't reminiscing about home, she was a terror. She broke things, she screamed, and raged, and pinched us when we were content. Eventually, she stopped all of it, but I believe there is a part of her that hates us for adapting, for making the best of things, for making this our home. You should come, I tell her. Tarin's in a weird mood. Vivi gives her a speculative look and then shakes her head. I've got other plans. Which might mean she's going to sneak over to the mortal world for the evening, or it might mean she's going to spend it on the balcony, reading. Either way, if it annoys Maddox, it pleases Vivi. He's waiting for us in the hall with his second wife, Oriana. Her skin is the bluish color of skim milk, and her hair is white as fresh fallen snow. She's beautiful, but unnerving to look at, like a ghost. Tonight she's wearing green and gold, a mousy dress with an elaborate shining color that makes the pink of her mouth, her ears, and her eyes stand out. Maddox is dressed in green too, the color of deep forests. The sword at his hip is no ornament. Outside, past the open double doors, a hope waits, holding the silver bridles of 5 dappled fire steeds, their manes braided in complicated and probably magical knots. I think of the knots in my hair and wonder how similar they are. You both look well, Maddox says to Tarin and me, the warmth in his tone making the words a rare compliment. His gaze goes to the stairs. Is your sister on her way? I don't know where Baby is, I lie. Lying is so easy here. I can do it all day long and never be caught. She must have forgotten. Disappointment passes over Maddox's face, but not surprise. He heads outside to say something to the help holding the reins. Nearby, I see one of his spies, a wrinkled creature with a nose like a parsnip and a back hinged higher than her head. She slips a note in his hand and darts off with surprising nimbleness. Oriana looks us over carefully, as though she expects to find something amiss. Be careful tonight, Oriana says. Promise me you will neither eat nor drink nor dance. We've been to court before, I remind her, a fiery non-answer if ever there was one. You may think salt is sufficient protection, but you children are forgetful. Better to go without. As for dancing, once begun, you mortals will dance yourself to death if we don't prevent it. I look at my feet and say nothing. We children are not forgetful. Maddox married her 7 years ago, and shortly after, she gave him a child. A sickly boy named Oak, with tiny, adorable horns on his head. It has always been clear that Oriana puts up with me and Tarin only for Maddox's sake. She seems to think of us as her husband's favored hounds, poorly trained and likely to turn on our master at any moment. Oak thinks of us as sisters, which I can tell makes Oriana nervous, even though I would never do anything to hurt him. You are under Maddox's protection, and he has the favor of the High King, Oriana says. I will not see Maddox made look foolish because of your mistakes. With that little speech complete, she walks out toward the horses. One snorts and strikes the ground with a hoof. Tarin and I share a look and then follow her. Madoc is already seated on the largest of the fiery steeds, an impressive creature with a scar beneath one eye. Its nostrils flare with impatience. It tosses its mane restlessly. I swing up onto a pale green horse with sharp teeth and a swampy odor. Tarin chooses a Ronsi and kicks her heels against his flanks. She takes off like a shot, and I follow, plunging into the night. Chapter 3. Fairies are twilight creatures, and I have become one too. We rise when the shadows grow long and head to our beds before the sun rises. It is well after midnight when we arrive at the great hill at the palace of Elfham. To go inside, we must ride between two trees, an oak and a thorn, and then straight into what appears to be the stone wall of an abandoned folly. I've done it hundreds of times, but I flinch anyway. My whole body braces, I grip the reins hard, and my eyes must shut. When I open them, I am inside the hill. We ride on through the cavern, between pillars of roots, over packed earth. There are dozens of the folk here, crowding around the entrance to the vast throne room, where court is being held. Long-nosed pixies with daughter wings, elegant green-skinned ladies in long gowns with goblins holding up their trains, tricksy bogans, laughing foxkin, a boy in an owl mask and a golden headdress, an elderly woman with crows crowding her shoulders, a gaggle of girls with wild roses in their hair, a bark-skinned boy with feathers around his neck, a group of knights all in scarab green armor. Many I've seen before, a few I have spoken with, too many for my eyes to drink them all in, yet I cannot look away. I never get tired of this, of the spectacle, of the pageantry. Maybe Oriana isn't entirely wrong to worry that we might one day get caught up in it, be carried away by it, and forget to take care. I can see why humans succumb to the beautiful nightmare of the court, why they willingly drown in it. I know I shouldn't love it as I do, stolen as I am from the mortal world, my parents murdered, but I love it all the same. Madoc swings down from his horse, Oriana and Tarin are already off of theirs, handing them over to grooms. It's me they're waiting for. Madoc reaches out his fingers like he's going to help me, but I hove up the saddle on my own. My leather slippers hit the ground like a slap. I hope that I look like a knight to him. Oriana steps forward, probably to remind Tarin and me of all the things he doesn't want us to do. I don't give her the chance. Instead, I hook my arm through Tarin's and hurry along inside. The room is redolent with burning rosemary and crushed herbs. Behind us, I can hear Madoc's heavy step, but I know where I am going. The first thing we have to do when we get to court is greet the king. The High King Eldred sits on his throne in grey robes of state, a heavy golden oak leaf crown holding down his thin spun gold hair. When we bow, he touches our heads lightly with his knobby, be-ringed hands, and then we rise. His grandmother was Queen Math of the House of the Greenbrier. She lived as one of the solitary fae before she began to conquer Faerie with her horn consort and his stag riders. Because of him, each of Eldred's 6 heirs are said to have some animal characteristic, a thing that is not unusual in Faerie, but is unusual among the trooping gentry of the guards. The eldest prince, Balekin, and his younger brother, Dane, stand nearby, drinking wine from wooden cups banded in silver. Dane wears breeches that stop at his knees, showing his hooves and deer legs. Balekin wears the greatcoat he favors, with a collar of bear fur. His fingers have a thorn at each knuckle, and thorns wreath his arm, running up under the cuffs of his shirt, visible when he and Dane urge Madoc over. Oriana curtsies to them. Although Dane and Balekin are standing together, they are often at odds with each other and with their sister Eowyn, so often that the court is considered to be divided into 3 warring circles of influence. Prince Balekin, the firstborn, and his set are known as the Circle of Grackles, for those who enjoy merriment and who scorn anything getting in the way of it. They drink themselves sick and numb themselves with poisonous and delightful powders. His is the wildest circle, although he has always been perfectly composed and sober when speaking with me. I suppose I could throw myself into debauchery and hope to impress them. I'd rather not, though. Princess Eowyn, the second-born, and her companions have the Circle of Larks. They value art above all else. Several mortals have found favor in her circle, but since I have no real skill with Alyut or declaiming, I have no chance of being one of them. Prince Dane, third born, leads what's known as the Circle of Falcons. Knights, warriors, and strategies are in their favor. Madoc, obviously, belongs to this circle. They talk about honor, but what they really care about is power. I am good enough with a blade, knowledgeable in strategy. All I need is a chance to prove myself. Go enjoy yourself, Madoc tells us. With a look back at the princess, Tarin and I head out into the throng. The palace of the king of Elfham has many secret alcoves and hidden corridors, perfect for trysts or assassins or staying out of the way and being really dull at parties. When Tarin and I were little, we would hide under the long banquet tables, but since she determined we were elegant ladies, too big to get our dresses dirty crawling around on the floor, we had to find a better spot. Just past the second landing of stone steps is an area where a large mass of simmering rock juts out, creating a ledge. Normally, that's where we settle ourselves to listen to the music and watch all the fun we aren't supposed to be having. Tonight, however, Tarin has a different idea. She passes the steps and grabs food off a silver tray, a green apple and a wedge of blue vein cheese. Not bothering with salt, she takes a bite of it, holding the apple out for me to bite. Oriana thinks we can tell the difference between regular fruit and fairy fruit, which blooms a deep gold. Its flesh is red in tints, and the cloying smell of it fills the forests at harvest time. The apple is crisp and cold in my mouth. We pass it back and forth, staring down to the core, which I eat into bites. Near where I am standing, a tiny fiery girl with a cloak of white hair, like that of a dandelion, and a little knife cuts the strap of an ogre's belt. It's a sleek work. A moment later, his sword and pouch are gone. She's losing herself in the crowd, and I can almost believe it didn't happen, until the girl looks back at me. She winks. A moment after that, the ogre realizes he was robbed. "I smell a thief," he shouts, casting around him, knocking over a tankard of dark brown beer, his swarthy nose sniffing the air. Nearby, there's a commotion. One of the candles flares up in blue crackling flames, sparking loudly and distracting even the ogre. By the time it returns to normal, the white-haired thief is well gone. With a half smile, I turn back to Tarin, who watches the dancers with longing, oblivious to my chills. "We could take turns," she proposes. "If you can't stop, I'll pull you out. Then you'll do the same for me." My heart beats at the thought. I look at the throng of revelers, trying to build up the daring of someone who would rob an ogre right under his nose. Princess Eowyn whirls at the center of a circle of larks. Her skin is a glittering gold, her hair the deep green of ivy. Beside her, a human boy plays the fiddle. Two more mortals accompany him less skillfully, but more joyfully, on ukuleles. Eowyn's younger sister, Kaelia, spins nearby, with corn silk hair like her father's and a crown of flowers in it. A new ballad begins, and the words drift off to me. "Of all the sons King William had, Prince Jaime was the worst," they sing. "And what made the sorrow even greater, Prince Jaime was the first." I've never much liked that song because it reminds me of someone else. Someone who, along with Prince Raya, doesn't appear to be attending tonight. But, oh no, I do see him. Prince Cardan, sixth born to the High King Elred, yet still the absolute worst, strides across the floor toward us. Valerian, Nicasia, and Locke, his three meanest, fanciest, and most loyal friends, follow him. The crowd parts and curses, bowing as they pass. Cardan is wearing his usual skull, accessorized with gold under his eyes, and a circlet of gold in his midnight hair. He has on a long black coat with a high-jacked collar, the whole thing stitched with a pattern of constellations. Valerian is in deep red, cabochon rubies sparkling on his cuffs, each like a drop of frozen blood. Nicasia's hair is the blue-green of the ocean, crowned with a diadem of pearls. A glittering cobweb net covers her braids. Locke brings up the rear, looking bored, his hair the precise color of fox fur. They're ridiculous, I say to Tarin, who follows my gaze. I cannot deny that they're also beautiful, fairy lords and ladies just like in the songs. If we didn't have to take lessons alongside them, if I didn't know firsthand what a scourge they were to those who displeased them, I'd probably be as in love with them as everyone else is. Bibi says that Cardan has a tail, Tarin whispers. She saw it when she was swimming in the lake with him and Princess Raya this past full moon night. I can't imagine Cardan swimming in a lake, jumping in the water, splashing people, laughing at something other than their suffering. A tail? I echo, an incredulous smile starting on my face and then fading when I remember that Vivi didn't bother to tell me the story, even though it must have happened days ago. 3 is an odd configuration of sisters. There's always one on the outside. With a tuft on the end. It coils out under his clothes and unfurls like a whip, she giggles, and I can barely understand her next words. Bibi said she wishes she had one. I'm glad she doesn't, I said firmly, which is stupid. I have nothing against tails. Then Cardan and his companions are too close for us to safely talk about them. I turn my gaze to the floor. Though I hate it, I sink to the ground on one knee, bend my head, and grin my teeth. By my side, Tarin does something similar. All around us, people are making obeisances. Don't look at us, I think. Don't look. As Valerian passes, he grabs one of my braided horns. The others move on through the throng as Valerian sneers down at me. Did you think I didn't see you there? You and your sister stand out in any crowd, he says, leaning in close. His breath is heavy with the scent of honey wine. My hand balls into a fist at my side, and I am conscious of the nearness of my knife. Still, I do not look him in the eye. No other head or hair so dull, no other face so plain. Valerian, Prince Cardan calls. He's glowering already, and when he sees me, his eyes narrow further. Valerian gives my breath a heart attack. I wince, useless fury coiling in my belly. He laughs and moves on. My fury curdles into shame. I wish I had smacked his hand away, even though it would have made everything worse. Tarin sees something in my face. What did he say to you? I shake my head. Cardan has stopped beside a boy with long copper hair and a pair of small moth wings, a boy who isn't bowing. The boy laughs, and Cardan lunges. Between one eye blink and the next, the prince's bold fist strikes the boy hard across the jaw, sending him sprawling. As the boy falls, Cardan grabs one of his wings. It tears like paper. The boy's scream is thin and ready. He curls up into himself on the ground, agony plain on his face. I wonder if fiery wings grow back. I know that butterflies that lose a wing never fly again. The courtiers around us gape and titter, but only for a moment. Then they go back to their dancing and their songs, and the revel spirals on. This is how they are. Someone gets in Cardan's way, and they're instantly and brutally punished. Driven from taking lessons at the palace, sometimes out of the court entirely. Hurt, broken. As Cardan walks past the boy, apparently done with him, I am grateful that Cardan has 5 more worthy brothers and sisters. It's practically guaranteed that he'll never sit on the throne. I don't want to think of him with more power than he has. Even Nicasia and Valerian share a weighted glance. Then Valerian shrugs and follows Cardan. But Locke pauses by the boy, bending down to help him to his feet. The boy's friends come over to lead him away, and at that moment, improbably, Locke's gaze lifts. His tawny fox eyes meet mine and widen in surprise. I am immobilized, my heart speeding. I brace myself for more scorn, but then one corner of his mouth lifts. He winks, as if in acknowledgement of being caught out, as if we're sharing a secret, as if he thinks I am not loathly, as though he does not find my mortality contagious. Stop staring at him, Tarin demands. Didn't you see? I start to explain, but she cuts me off, grabbing hold of me and hauling us toward the stairs, toward our landing of simmering stone, where we can hide. Her nails sink into my skin. Don't give them any more reason to bother you than they've already got. The intensity of her response surprises me into snatching back my hand. Angry red half moons mark where she grabbed me. I look back toward where Locke was, but the crowd has swallowed him up. Chapter 4. As dawn breaks, I open the windows to my bedroom and let the last of the cool night air flow in as I strip off my curd dress. I feel hot all over, my skin feels too tight, and my heart won't stop racing. I've been to curd before many times. I've been witness to more awfulness than wings being torn or my person being insulted. Fairies make up for their inability to lie with a panoply of deceptions and cruelties. Twisted words, pranks, omissions, riddles, scandals, not to mention the revenges upon one another for ancient half-remembered slights. Storms are less fickle than they are, seas less capricious. Like, for example, as a redcap, Madoc needs bloodshed the way a mermaid needs the salt spray of the sea. After every battle, he ritually dips his hood into the blood of his enemies. I've seen the hood, kept under glass in the armory. The fabric is stiff and stained a brown so deep it's almost black, except for a few smears of green. Sometimes I go down and stare at it, trying to see my parents in the tight lines of dried blood. I want to feel something besides a vague quizziness. I want to feel more, but every time I look at it, I feel less. I think about going to the armory now, but I don't. I stand in front of my window and imagine myself a furious knight. Imagine myself a witch who hit her heart in her finger and then chopped her finger off. I'm so tired, I say out loud. So tired. I sit there for a long time, watching the rising sun gild the sky, listening to the waves crash as the tide goes out. When a creature flies up to alight on the edge of my window, at first it seems like an owl, but it's got half eyes. Tired of what, sweet mate? It asks me. I sigh and answer honestly for once. Of being powerless. The hope studies my face, then flies off into the night. I sleep the day away and wake disoriented, battering my way out of the long embroidered curtains around my bed. Drool has dried along one of my cheeks. I find bath water waiting for me, but it has gone tepid. Servants must have come and gone. I climb in anyway and splash my face. Living in Fairy, it's impossible not to notice that everyone else smells like verbena or crushed pine needles, dried blood or milkweed. I smell like pit sweat and sure breath unless I scrub myself clean. When Tatterfell comes in to light the lamps, she finds me dressing for a lecture, which begins in the late afternoons and stretches on into some evenings. I wear grey leather boots and a tunic with Madoc's crest, a dagger, a crescent moon turned on its side so it rests like a cap, and a single drop of blood falling from one corner embroidered in silk thread. Downstairs, I find Tarin at the banquet table, alone, nursing a cup of nettle tea and picking at a bannock. Today, she does not suggest anything will be fun. Madoc insists, perhaps out of guilt or shame, that we be treated like the children of Fairy, that we take the same lessons, that we be given whatever they have. Changelings have been brought to the hiking court before, but none of them has been raised like gentry. He doesn't understand how much that makes them loathe us. Not that I am not grateful, I like the lessons. Answering the lecturers cleverly is something no one can take from me, even if the lecturers themselves occasionally pretend otherwise. I will take a frustrated nod in place of effusive praise. I will take it and be glad because it means I can belong whether they like it or not. Vivi used to go with us, but then she became bored and didn't bother. Madoc raged, but since his approval of a thing only makes her despise it, all his railing just made her more determined to never ever go back. She has tried to persuade us to stay home with her, but if Tarin and I cannot manage the machinations of the children of Fairy without quitting our lessons or running to Madoc, how will he ever believe we can manage the court, where those same machinations will play out on a grander and more deadly scale? Tarin and I set off, swinging our baskets. We don't have to leave Innsmire to get to the High King's palace, but we do skirt the edge of two other tiny islands, Innsmore, Isle of Stone, and Innswell, Isle of Woe. All three are connected by half-submerged rocky paths and stones large enough that it's possible to leap your way from one to the next. A herd of stags is swimming toward Innsmore, seeking the best grazing. Tarin and I walk past the Lake of Masks, and through the far corner of the Milkwood, picking our way past the pale, silvery trunks and bleached leaves. From there, we spot mermaids and mirrors sunning themselves near grey caves, their scales reflecting the amber glow of the late afternoon sun. All the children of the gentry, regardless of age, are taught by lecturers from all over the kingdom on the grounds of the palace. Some afternoons we sit in groves carpeted with emerald moss, and other evenings we spend in high towers or up in trees. We learn about the movements of constellations in the sky, the medicinal and magical properties of herbs, the languages of birds and flowers and people, as well as the language of the folk, though it occasionally twists in my mouth, the composition of riddles, and how to walk soft-footed over leaves and brambles to leave neither trace nor sound. We're instructed in the finer points of the harp and the lute, the bow and the blade. Taryn and I watch them as they practice enchantments. For a break, we all play at war in a green field with a broad arc of trees. Madoc trained me to be formidable even with a wooden sword. Taryn isn't bad either, even though she doesn't bother practicing anymore. At the summer tournament, in only a few days, our mock war will take place in front of the royal family. With Madoc's endorsement, one of the princes or princesses might choose to grant me knighthood and take me to their personal guard. It would be a kind of power, a kind of protection, and with it I could protect Darin too. We arrive at school. Prince Cardan, Locke, Valerian, and Nicasia are already sprawled in the grass with a few other fairies. A girl with deer horns, Poesy, is yelling over something Cardan has said. They do not so much as look at us as we spread our blanket and set out our notebooks and pens and pots of ink. My relief is immense. Our lesson involves the history of the delicately negotiated peace between Orlaf, Queen of the Undersea, and the various fiery kings and queens of the land. Nicasia is Orlaf's daughter, sent to be fostered in the High King's court. Many odes have been composed to Queen Orlaf's beauty, although if she's anything like her daughter, not to her personality. Nicasia gloats through the lesson, proud of her heritage. When the instructor moves on to Lord Reuben of the Court of Termites, I lose interest. My thoughts drift. Instead, I find myself thinking through combinations. Strike, thrust, parry, block. I grip my pen as though it were the hilt of a blade and forget to take notes. As the sun dips low in the sky, Taryn and I unpack our baskets from home, which contain bread, butter, cheese, and plums. I butter a piece of bread hungrily. Passing us, Cardan kicks dirt onto my foot right before I put it into my mouth. The other fairies laugh. I look up to see him watching me with a cruel delight, like a raptor bird trying to decide whether to be bothered devouring a small mouse. He's wearing a high-collared tunic embroidered with thorns, his fingers heavy with rings. His sneer is well practiced. I grit my teeth. I tell myself that if I let the taunts roll off me, he will lose interest. He will go away. I can endure this a little longer, a few more days. Something the matter? Nicasia asks sweetly, wandering up and wrapping her arm over Cardan's shoulder. Dirt, it's what you came from, mortal. It's what you'll return to soon enough. Take a big bite. Make me, I say before I can stop myself. Not the greatest comeback, but my palms begin to sweat. Taryn looks startled. I could, says Cardan, grinning as though nothing would please him more. My heart spits. If I weren't wearing a string of rowan berries, he could ensorcel me so that I thought dirt was some kind of delicacy. Only Maddox's position would give him reason to hesitate. I do not move, do not touch the necklace hidden under the bodice of my tunic, the one that I hope will stop any glamour from working, the one I hope he doesn't discover and rip from my throat. I glance in the direction of the day's lecturer, but the elderly Fuka has his nose buried in a book. Since Cardan's a prince, it's more than likely no one has ever cautioned him, has ever stayed his hand. I never know how far he'll go, and I never know how far our instructors will let him. You don't want that, do you? Valerian asked with mock sympathy, as he kicks more dirt onto our lunch. I didn't even see him come over. Once, Valerian stole a silver pen of mine, and Madoc replaced it with a ruby-studded one from his own desk. This threw Valerian into such a rage that he cracked me in the back of the head with his wooden practice sword. What if we promise to be nice to you for the whole afternoon if you eat everything in your baskets? His smile is wide and false. Don't you want us for friends? Taryn looks down at her lap. No, I want to say. We don't want you for friends. I don't answer, but I don't look down either. I meet Gordon's case. There is nothing I can say to make them stop, and I know it. Have no power here, but today I can't seem to choke down my anger at my own impotence. Nicasia pulls a pin from my hair, causing one of my braids to fall against my neck. I swat at her hand, but it happens too fast. What's this? She's holding up the golden pin, with a tiny cluster of filigree hawthorn berries at the top. Did you steal it? Did you think it would make you beautiful? Did you think it would make you as we are? I bite the inside of my cheek. Of course I want to be like them. They're beautiful as plates forged in some divine fire. They will live forever. Valerian's hair shines like polished gold. Nicasia's limbs are long and perfectly shaped, her mouth a pink of coral, her hair the color of the deepest, coldest part of the sea. Fox-eyed Locke, standing silently behind Valerian, his expression is cool to careful indifference, has a chin as pointed as the tips of his ears, and Cardan is even more beautiful than the rest, with black hair as iridescent as a raven's wing and cheekbones sharp enough to cut out a girl's heart. I hate him more than all the others. I hate him so much that sometimes when I look at him, I can't hardly breathe. You'll never be our equal, Nicasia says. Of course I won't. Oh, come on, Locke says with a careless laugh, his hand going around Nicasia's waist. Let's leave them to their misery. You're sorry, Taryn says quickly. We're both really sorry. She can show us how sorry she is, Cardan drawls. Tell her she doesn't belong in the summer tournament. Afraid I'll win? I ask, which isn't smart. It's not for mortals, he informs us, voice chilly. Withdraw, or wish that you had. I open my mouth, but Taryn speaks before I can. I talked to her about it. It's nothing, just a game. Nicasia gives my sister a magnanimous smile. Valerian leers at Taryn, his eyes lingering on her gears. It's all just a game. Cardan's gaze meets mine, and I know he isn't finished with me, not by a long shot. Why did you dare them like that? Taryn asks when they've walked back to their own merry luncheon, all spread out for them. Talking back to him, that's just stupid. Make me afraid I'll win? I know, I tell her. I'll shut up. I got angry. You're better off being scared, said Vices, and then, shaking her head, she backs up our ruined foot. My stomach growls, and I try to ignore it. They want me to be afraid. I know that. During the mock war that very afternoon, Valerian trips me, and Cardan whispers fool things in my ear. I head home with bruises on my skin from kicks, from falls. What they don't realize is this. Yes, they frighten me, but I have always been scared since the day I got here. I was raised by the man who murdered my parents. Reared in a land of monsters, I live with that fear, let it settle into my bones, and ignore it. If I didn't pretend not to be scared, I would hide under my all-down coverlets in Maddox Estate forever. I would lie there and scream until there was nothing left of me. I refuse to do that. I will not do that. Nikasa's wrong about me. I don't desire to do as well in the tournament as one of the Fae. I want to win. I do not yearn to be their equal. In my heart, I yearn to best them. Chapter 5. On our way home, Taryn stops and picks blackberries beside the lake of masks. I sit on a rock in the moonlight and deliberately do not look into the water. The lake doesn't reflect your own face. It shows you someone else who has looked or will look into it. When I was little, I used to sit at the bank all day, staring at fiery continuances instead of my own, hoping that I might someday catch a glimpse of my mother looking back at me. Eventually, it hurt too much to try. Are you going to quit the tournament? Taryn asks, shoveling a handful of berries into her mouth. We're hungry children. Already we are taller than Vivi, our hips wider, and our breasts heavier. I open my basket and take out a dirty plum, wiping it on my shirt. It is still more or less edible. I eat it slowly, considering. You mean because of Cardan and his court of jerks? She frowns with an expression just like one I might make if she was being particularly thick-headed. Do you know what they call us? She demands. The circle of worms. I hard the bit at the water, watching ripples destroy the possibility of any reflections. My lip curls. You're littering in a magical lake, she tells me. It will rot, I say, and so will we. They're right. We are the circle of worms. We are mortal. We don't have forever to wait for them to let us do the things we want. I don't care if they don't like my being in the tournament. Once I become a knight, I'll be beyond their reach. Do you think Maddox's going to allow that? Tarin asks, giving up on the buzz after the brambles make her fingers bleed. Answering to someone other than him? What else has he been training us for? I ask. Wordlessly, we fall into step together, making our way home. Not me, she shakes her head. I am going to fall in love. I am surprised into laughter. So you've just decided? I didn't think it worked like that. I thought love was supposed to happen when you least expect it, like a sap to the skull. Well, I have decided, she says. I consider mentioning her last ill-fated decision, the one about having fun at the revel, but that will just annoy her. Instead, I try to imagine someone she might fall in love with. Maybe it will be a Mero, and he will give her the gift of breathing underwater and a crown of pearls and take her to his bed under the sea. Actually, that sounds amazing. Maybe I am making all the wrong choices. How much do you like swimming? I ask her. What? She asks. Nothing, I say. She's suspecting some sort of teasing, elbows me in the side. We head through the crooked forest with its bent trunks, since the milkwood is dangerous at night. We have to stop to let some root men pass, for fear they might step on us if we didn't keep out of their way. Moss covers their shoulders and crawls up their bark cheeks. Wind whistles through their ribs. They make a beautiful and solemn procession. If you're not so sure Madoc is going to give you permission, why haven't you asked him yet? Tarin whispers. The tournament is only 3 days away. Anyone can fight in the summer tournament, but if I want to be a knight, I must declare my candidacy by wearing a green sash across my chest. And if Madoc will not allow me that, then no amount of skill will help me. I will not be a candidate, and I will not be chosen. I am glad the root men give me an excuse not to answer, because, of course, she's right. I haven't asked Madoc because I am afraid of what he will say. When we get home, pushing open the enormous wooden door with its looping ironwork, someone is shouting upstairs, as though in distress. I ran toward the sound, heart in my mouth, only to find Viv in her room, chasing a cloud of sprites. They streak past me into the hall in a blast of gossamer, and she slams the book she was swinging at them into the door casing. Look! Vivi yells at me, pointing toward her closet. Look what they did! The doors are open, and I see a sprawl of things stolen from the human world. Matchbooks, newspapers, empty bottles, novels, and Polaroids. The sprites had torn the matchbooks into beds and tables, shredded all the paper, and ripped out the centers of the books to nest inside. It was a full-on sprite infestation. But I am more baffled by the quantity of things Bibi has and how many of them don't seem to have any value. It's just junk. Mortal junk. What is all that? Tarin asks, coming into the room. She bends down and extracts a strip of pictures, only gently chewed by sprites. The pictures are taken one right after the other, the kind you have to sit in a booth for. Bibi's in the photos, her arm draped over the shoulders of a grinning pink-haired mortal girl. Maybe Tarin isn't the only one who has decided to fall in love. At dinner, we sit at a massive table carved along all 4 sides with images of piping fauns and dancing imps. Fat wax pillar candles burn at the center, beside a carved stone base full of wood sorrel. Servants bring us silver plates piled with food. With fresh broad beans, venison with scattered pomegranate seeds, grilled brown trout with butter, a salad of bitter herbs, and, for after, raisin cakes smothered in apple syrup. Madoc and Oriana drink canary wine. We children mix ours with water. Next to my plate, and Darin's, is a bowl of salt. Vivi pokes at her venison and then licks blood from her knife. Oak brings across the table and starts to mimic Vivi, but Oriana snatches the cutlery from his grasp before he can slice his tongue open. Oak jiggles and picks up his meat with his fingers, tearing at it with sharp teeth. You should know that the king will soon abdicate his throne in favor of one of his children, Maddox says, looking at all of us. It is likely that he will choose Prince Dane. It doesn't matter that Dane is third-born. The High Ruler chooses their successor. That's how the stability of Elham is ensured. The first High Queen map had her smith forge a crown. Lore has it that the blacksmith was a creature called Crimson, who could shape anything from metal, birds that thrill and necklaces that slither over throats, twin swords called Kurtseeker and Kurtzsworn that never missed a strike. Queen Map's crown was magically and wondrously wrought so that it passes only from one blood relation to another, in an unbroken line, with the crown passes the oaths of all those sworn to it, although her subjects gather at each new coronation to renew their fealty, authority still rests in the crown. Why is he abdicating? Tarin asks. Vivi's smirk has turned nasty. His children got impatient with him for remaining alive. A wash of rage passes over Maddox's face. Tarin and I don't dare bait him for fear that his patience with us stretches only so far, but Vivi is expert at it. When he answers her, I can see the effort he's making to bite his tongue. Few kings of fire have ruled so well for so long as Sildred. Now he goes to seek the land of promise. As far as I can tell, the land of promise is the euphemism of death, although they do not admit it. They say it is the place that the folk came from and to which they will eventually return. Are you saying he's leaving the throne because he's old? I ask, wondering if I'm being impolite. There are hops born with lined faces, like tiny hairless cats and smooth-limbed nixies whose true age shows only in their ancient eyes. I didn't think time mattered to them. Oriana doesn't look happy, but she isn't actively searching me either, so maybe it's not that rude, or maybe she doesn't expect any better than bad manners out of me. We may not die from age, but we grow weary with it, Maddox says with a heavy sigh. I have made war in Eldred's name, have broken guards that denied him fealty, have even led skirmishes against the Queen of the Undersea, but Eldred has lost his taste for bloodshed. He allows those under his banners to rebel in small and large ways, even as other guards refuse to submit to us. It's time to ride to battle. It's time for a new monarch, a hungry one. Oriana furrows her brow in mild confusion. By preference, your king would have you safe. What good is a general with no war? Maddox takes a large, restless swallow of wine. I wonder how often he needs to wet his cup with fresh blood. The new king's coronation will be at the autumn solstice. Worry not. I have a plan to ensure our futures. Only concern yourself with making ready for a great deal of dancing. I am wondering what his plan might be when Tarin kicks me under the table. When I turn to glare at her, she raises both brows. Ask him, she mouths. Maddox looks in her direction. Yes? You'd wants to ask you something, Tarin says. The worst part is, I think she believes she's helping. I take a deep breath. At least he seems to be in a good mood. I've been thinking about the tournament. I imagine saying these words many times, but now that I'm actually doing it, they don't seem to come out the way I planned. I'm not bad with a sword. You do yourself too modest, Maddox says. Your bladesmanship is excellent. That seems encouraging. I look over at Tarin, who appears to be holding her breath. Everyone at the table has gone still except for Oak, who taps his glass against the side of his plate. I am going to fight in the summer tournament, and I want to declare myself ready to be chosen for knighthood. Maddox's brows go up. That's what you want? It's dangerous work. I nod. I'm not afraid. Interesting, he says. My heart thuds deeply in my chest. I have thought through every aspect of this plan except for the possibility that he won't allow it. I want to make my own way at the court, I say. You're no killer, he tells me. I flinch, my gaze coming up to his. He looks back at me steadily with his golden cat eyes. I could be, I insist. I've been training for a decade. Since you took me, I do not say, although it must be in my eyes. He shakes his head sadly. What you lack is nothing to do with experience. No, but I begin. Enough! I have made my decision, he says, raising his voice to cut me off. After a moment, when we both are silent, he gives me a conciliatory half smile. Fight in the tournament if you like, for a sport, but you will not put on the green, says. You're not ready to be a knight. You can ask me again after the coronation, if your heart's still set on it, and if it's a whim, that will be time enough for it to pass. This is no whim. I hate the desperation in my voice, but I have been counting down the days to the tournament. The idea of waiting months, just so he can turn me down again, fills me with wild despair. Madoc gives me an unreadable look. After the coronation, he repeats. I want to scream at him. Do you know how hard it is to always keep your head down? To swallow insults and endure outright threats? And yet I have done so. I thought it proved my toughness. I thought if you saw I could take whatever came at me and still smile, you would see that I was worthy. You're no killer. He has no idea what I am. Maybe I don't know either. Maybe I never let myself find out. Prince Dane will make a fine king, Oriana says, deftly shifting the conversation back to pleasant things. A coronation means a month of balls. We will need new dresses. She seems to include Tarin and me in this sweeping statement. Magnificent ones. Madoc nods, smiling his toothy smile. Yes, as many as you like. I would have you look your finest and dance your hardest. I try to breathe slowly, to concentrate on just one thing. The pomegranate sits on my plate, shining like rubies, wet with venison blood. After the coronation, Madoc said, I try to focus on that. It only feels like never. I'd love to have a court dress like the ones I have seen in Oriana's wardrobe, opulent patterns intricately stitched on skirts of gold and silver, each as beautiful as the dawn. I focus on that too. But then I go too far and imagine myself in that dress, sword at my hip, transformed, a true member of the court, a knight in the circle of falcons, and Cardan watching me from across the room, standing beside the king, laughing at my pretension, laughing like he knows this is a fantasy that won't ever be real. I pinch my leg, until pain washes everything away. You'll have to wear out the soles of your shoes. It's like the rest of us, Bibi says to me and Tarin. I bet Oriana's sick with worry that since Madoc encouraged you to dance, she can stop you. Horror of horrors, you might have a good time. Oriana presses her lips together. That's not fair, nor is it true. Bibi rolls her eyes. If it wasn't true, I couldn't say it. Enough, all of you. Madoc slams his hand down on the table, making us all jump. Coronations are a time when many things are possible. Change is coming, and there is no wisdom in crossing me. I can't tell if he's talking about Prince Dane or ungrateful daughters, or both. Are you afraid someone is going to try for the throne? Tarin asks. Like me, she has been raised on strategy, moves and countermoves, ambushes and upper hands, but unlike me, she has Oriana's talent for asking the question that will stir a conversation toward less rocky shores. The Greenbrier line ought to worry. Not me, Madoc says, but he looks pleased to be asked. Doubtless some of their subjects wish there was no blood crown and no high king at all. His heirs ought to be particularly careful that the armies of Fiery are satisfied. A well-seasoned strategist waits for the right opportunity. Only someone with nothing to lose would attack the throne with you there to protect it, Oriana says primly. There's always something left to lose, Bibi says, and then makes a hideous face at Oak. He jiggles. Oriana reaches for him and then stops herself. Nothing bad is actually happening, and yet I see the gleam in Vivi's cat eyes, and I'm not sure Oriana's wrong to be nervous. Vivi would like to punish Madoc, but her only power is to be a thorn in his side, which means occasionally tormenting Oriana through Oak. I know Vivi loves Oak, he's our brother after all, but that doesn't mean she's above teaching him bad things. Madoc smiles at all of us, not a picture of contentment. I used to think he didn't notice all the currents of tension that ran through the family, but as I get older, I see that barely suppressed conflict doesn't bother him in the least. He likes it just as well as open war. Perhaps none of our enemies are particularly good strategists. Let's hope not, Oriana says distractedly, her eyes on Oak, lifting her glass of canary wine. Indeed, says Madoc, let's have a toast to the incompetence of our enemies. I pick up my glass and knock it into Taryn's, then drain it to the buried dregs. There's always something left loose. I think about that all through the dawn, turning it over in my head. Finally, when I can toss and turn no more, I pull on a rope over my nightgown and go outside into the late morning sun. Bright as hammered gold, it hurts my eyes when I sit down on a patch of clover near the stables, looking back at the house. All of this was my mother's before it was Oriana's. Mom must have been young and in love with Madoc back then. I wonder what it was like for her. I wonder if she thought she was going to be happy here. I wonder when she realized she wasn't. I have heard the rumors. It is no small thing to confound the High King's general, to sneak out of Fairy with his baby in your belly, and hide for almost 10 years. She left behind the burned remains of another woman in the blackened husk of his estate. No one can say she didn't prove her toughness. If she'd just been a little luckier, Madoc would have never realized she was still alive. She had a lot to lose, I guess. I've got a lot to lose too. But so what? Skip our lessons today, I tell Tarin that afternoon. I am dressed and ready early. Though I have not slept, I do not feel at all tired. Stay home. She gives me a look of deep concern as a pixie boy newly indebted to Madoc braids her chestnut hair into a crown. She is sitting primly at her dressing table, clad all in brown and gold. Telling me not to go means I should. Whatever you're thinking, stop. I know you're disappointed about the tournament. It doesn't matter, I say. Although, of course, it does. It matters so much that now, without hope of knighthood, I feel like a hole has opened up under me and I am falling through it. Madoc might change his mind. She follows me down the stairs, grabbing up our baskets before I can. And at least now you won't have to defy Cardan. I turn on her, even though none of this is her fault. Do you know why Madoc won't let me try for knighthood? Because he thinks I'm weak. Jude, she cautions. I thought I was supposed to be good and follow the rules, I say. But I am done with being weak. I am done with being good. I think I am going to be something else. Only idiots aren't scared of things that are scary, Tarin says, which is undoubtedly true, but still fails to dissuade me. Skip lessons today, I tell her again, but she won't, so we go to school together. Tarin watches me warily as I talk with the leader of the Mokwar, Fant, a pixie girl with skin the blue of flower petals. She reminds me that there's a run-through tomorrow in preparation for the tournament. I nod, biting the inside of my cheek. No one needs to know that my hopes were dust. No one needs to know I ever had any hope at all. Later, when Cardan, Locke, Nicasia and Valerian sit down to their lunch, they have to spit out their food in choking horror. All around them are the less awful children of fiery nobles, eating their bread and honey, their cakes and roasted pigeons, their elderflower jam with biscuits and cheese in the fat globes of grapes. But every single morsel in each of my enemy's baskets has been well and thoroughly salted. Cardan's gaze catches mine, and I can't help the evil smile that pulls up the corners of my mouth. His eyes are bright as coals, his hatred a living thing, simmering in the air between us like the air above black rocks on a blazing summer day. Have you lost your wits? starting demands, shaking my shoulders so that I have to turn to her. You're making everything worse. There's a reason no one stands up to them. I know, I say softly, unable to keep the smile off my lips. A lot of reasons. She's right to be worried. I just declare war. Chapter 6. I've told this story all wrong. There are things I really ought to have said about growing up in Fiery. I left them out of this story, mostly because I am a coward. I don't even like to let myself think about them, but maybe knowing a few relevant details about my past will make more sense of why I'm the way I am, how fear seeped into my marrow, how I learned to pretend it away. So here are 3 things I should have told you about myself before, but didn't. First, when I was 9, one of Maddox's guards bit off the very top of the ring finger on my left hand. We were outside, and when I screamed, he pushed me hard enough that my head smacked into a wooden post in the stables. Then, he made me stand there while he chewed the piece he'd bitten off. He told me exactly how much he hated mortals. I bled so much. You wouldn't think that much blood could come out of a finger. When it was over, he explained that I better keep what happened secret, because if I didn't, he'd eat the rest of me. So, obviously, I didn't tell anyone. Until now, when I am telling you. Second, when I was 11, I was spotted hiding under the banquet table at one of the revels by a particularly bored member of the gentry. He dragged me out by one foot, kicking and squirming. I don't think he knew who I was. At least I tell myself he didn't. But he compelled me to drink, and so I drank. The grass-green fiery wine slipping down my throat like nectar. He danced me around the hill. It was fun at first, the kind of terrifying fun that makes you screech to be put down half the time and feel dizzy and sick the rest. But when the fun wore off and I still couldn't stop, it was just terrifying. It turned out that my fear was equally amusing to him, though. Princess Elowen found me at the end of the revel, puking and crying. She didn't ask me a single thing about how I got that way. She just handed me over to Oriana like I was a misplaced jacket. We never told Maddox about it. What would have been the point? Everyone who saw me probably thought I was having a grand old time. Third, when I was 14 and Oak was 4, he glamoured me. He didn't mean to. Well, at least he didn't really understand why he shouldn't. I wasn't wearing any protective charms because I'd just come out of a bath. Oak didn't want to go to bed. He told me to play dolls with him, so we played. He commanded me to chase him, so we played chase through the halls. Then he figured out he could make me slap myself, which was very funny. Tatterfell came upon us hours later, took a good look at my reddened cheeks and the tears in my eyes, and then ran for Oriana. For weeks, a jiggling oak tried to glamour me into getting him sweets or lifting him above my head or spitting at the dinner table. Even though it never worked, even though I wore a strand of rowan berries everywhere after that, it was all I could do for months not to strike him to the floor. Oriana has never forgiven me for that restraint. She believes my not revenging myself on him, then, means I plan to revenge myself in the future. Here's why I don't like these stories. They highlight that I am vulnerable. No matter how careful I am, eventually I'll make another misstep. I am weak, I am fragile, I am mortal. I hate that most of all. Even if, by some miracle, I could be better than them, I will never be one of them. Chapter 7. They don't wait long to retaliate. For the rest of the afternoon and early evening, we receive lessons in history. A cat-headed goblin named Yarrow recites ballads and asks us questions. The more correct answers I give, the angrier Cardan grows. He makes no secret of his displeasure, drawling to Locke about how boring these lessons are and sneering at the lecturer. For once, we're done before dark has fully fallen. Taryn and I start for home, with her giving me concerned glances. The light of sunset filters through the trees, and I take a deep breath, drinking in the scent of pine needles. I feel a kind of weird calm, despite the stupidity of what I've done. This isn't like you, Tarin says finally. You don't pick fights with people. Appeasing them won't help. I throw a stone with a slipper-covered foot. The more they get away with, the more they believe they're entitled to have. So, you're going to what? Teach them manners? Tarin sighs. Even if someone should do it, that someone doesn't have to be you. She's right. I know she's right. The giddy fury of this afternoon will fade, and I will regret what I've done. Probably, after a good, long sleep, I'll be as horrified as Tarin is. All I have bought myself is worse problems, no matter how good it felt to solve my pride. You're no killer. What you lack is nothing to do with experience. And yet, I don't regret it now. Having stepped off the edge, what I want to do is fall. I begin to speak when a hand claps down over my mouth. Fingers sink into the skin around my lips. I strike out, swinging my body around, and see Locke grabbing Tarin's waist. Someone has my wrists. I wrench my mouth free and scream, but the screams in Fairy are like bird songs, too common to attract much attention. They push us through the woods, laughing. I hear a whoop from one of the boys. I think I hear Locke say something about larks being over quickly, but it's swallowed up in the merriment. Then a shove at my shoulders and the horrible shock of cold water closing over me. I sputter, trying to breathe. I taste mud and reeds. I shove myself up. Tarin and I are waist high in the river, the current pushing us downstream toward the deeper, rougher part. I dig my feet into the mud at the bottom to keep from being swept away. Tarin is gripping a boulder, her hair wet. She must have slipped. There are nixies in this river, Valerian says. If you don't get out before they find you, they'll pull you under a and hold you there. Their sharp teeth will sink into your skin. He mimes taking a bite. They're all along the river bank, Cardan closest, Valerian beside him. Locke brushes his hand over the tops of cattails and bulrushes, looking abstracted. He does not seem kind now. He seems bored with his friends and with us, too. Nixies can't help what they are, Nicasia says, kicking the water so that it splashes my face. Just like you won't be able to help drowning. I dig my feet deeper into the mud. The water filling my boots makes it hard to move my legs, but the mud locks them in place when I manage to stand still. I don't know how I am going to get to Tarin without slipping. Valerian is emptying our school bags onto the riverbank. He and Nicasia and Locke take turns hurling the contents into the water. My leather-bound notebooks, rolls of paper that disintegrate as they sink. The books of ballads and histories make an enormous splash, then lodge between two stones and will not budge. My fine pen and nibs simmer along the bottom. My inkpot shatters on the rocks, turning the river vermilion. Cardan watches me, although he doesn't lift a finger. I know this is all he's doing. In his eyes, I see all the vast leanness of Fiery. Is this fun? I call to the shore. I am so furious that there's no room for being scared. Are you enjoying yourselves? Enormously, says Cardan. Then his gaze slides from me to where shadows rest under the water. Are those nixies? I cannot tell. I just keep moving toward Tarin. This is just a game, Nicasia says. But sometimes we play too hard with our toys, and then they break. It's not like we drowned you ourselves, Valerian calls. My foot slips on slick rocks, and I am swept downstream helplessly. Gulping muddy water, I panic, snorting into my lungs. I thrust out a hand, and it closes on the root of a tree. I get my balance again, gasping and coughing. Nicasia and Valerian are laughing. Locke's expression is unreadable. Cardan has one foot in the reeds, as though to get a better look. Furious and sputtering, I push my way back to Tarin, who comes forward to grab my hand and squeeze it hard. I thought you were going to drown, she says, the edge of hysteria in her voice. We're fine, I tell her. Digging my feet into the murk, I reach down for a rock. I find a large one and heft it up, green and sleek with algae. If the nixies come at us, I'll hold them off. Quit, Cardan says. He's looking directly at me. He does not even spare a glance for Tarin. You should never have been tutored with us. Abandon thoughts of the tourney. Tell Maddox you don't belong with us. You're betters. Do that, and I'll self you. I stare at him. All you have to do is give in, he says. Easy. I look over at my sister. It's my fault she's wet in skirt. The river is cold. Despite the heat of summer, the current's strong. And you'll save Tarin too? Oh, so you'll do what I say for her sake? Cardan's gaze is hungry, devouring. Does that feel noble? He pauses, and in that silence, all I hear is Tarin's hitched breath. Well, that's it. I look at the Nixies, watch them for any sign of movement. Why don't you tell me how you want me to feel? Interesting. He takes another step closer, squatting and regarding us from eye level. There are so few children in Faeria that I've never seen one of us twinned. Is it like being doubled or more like being divided in half? I don't answer. Behind him, I see Nikasa thread her arm through logs and whisper something to him. He gives her a scathing look and she pouts. Maybe they're annoyed that we're not currently being eaten. Cardan frowns. Twin sister, he says, turning to Tarin. A smile returns to his mouth, as though a terrible new idea has come to delight him. Would you make a similar sacrifice? Let's find out. I have a most generous offer for you. Climb up the bank and kiss me on both my cheeks. Once that's done, so long as you don't defend your sister by word or deed, I won't hold you accountable for her defiance. Now, isn't that a good bargain? But you get it only if you come to us now and leave her there to drown. Show her that she will always be alone. For a moment, Tarin stands still, as if frozen. Go, I say. I'll be fine. It still hurts when she waits toward the bank, but of course she should go. She will be safe, and the price is nothing that matters. One of the perils shapes detaches from the others and swims toward her, but my shadow in the water makes it hesitate. I mime throwing the rock, and it jolts a little. They like a easy prey. Valerian takes Tarin's hand and helps her out of the water as if she were a great lady. Her dress is soaked, dripping as she moves, like the dresses of water sprites or sea nymphs. She presses her bluish lips to Cardan's cheeks, one and then the other. She keeps her eyes closed, but his are open, watching me. Say, I forsake my sister, youth, Nikasha tells her. I won't help her. I don't even like her. Tarin looks in my direction, quick and apologetic. I don't have to say that. That wasn't part of the bargain. The others laugh. Cardan's boot parts the thistles and bulrushes. Locke starts to speak, but Cardan cuts him off. Your sister abandoned you. See what we can do with a few words? And everything can get so much worse. We can enchant you to run around on all fours, barking like a dog. We can curse you to wither away for want of a song you'll never hear again, or a kind word from my lips. We're not mortal. We will break you. You're a frail little thing. We'd hardly need to try. Give up. Never, I say. He smiles, smug. Never? Never is like forever, too big for mortals to comprehend. The shape in the water remains where it is, probably because the presence of Cardan and the others makes it seem like I have friends who might defend me if I were attacked. I wait for Cardan's next move, watching him carefully. I hope I look defiant. He scrutinizes me for a long, awful moment. Think on us, he says to me. All through your long, sodden, shameful walk home, think on your answer. This is the least of what we can do. With that, he turns away from us, and after a moment, the others turn too. I watch him go. I watch them all go. When they're out of sight, I pull myself out onto the bank, flopping onto my back in the mud next to where Tarin is standing. I take big, gulping breaths of air. The Nixies begin to surface, looking at us with hungry, opalescent eyes. They peer at us through a patch of foxtails. One begins to crawl onto land. I throw my rock. It doesn't come close to hitting, but the splash startles them into not coming closer. Grunting, I force myself up to begin walking, and all through our walk home, while Tarim makes soft, sobbing sounds, I think about how much I hate them and how much I hate myself. And then, I don't think about anything but lifting my wet boots, one step after another, carrying me past the briars and fiddleheads and elms, past bushes of red-lipped cherries, barberries and damsons, past the wood sprites who nest in the rose bushes, home to a bath, and a bed in a world that isn't mine and might never be. Chapter 8. My head is pounding when Vivienne shakes me awake. She jumps up onto the bed, kicking off the coverlets and making the frame groan. I press a cushion over my face and curl up on my side, trying to ignore her and go back to dreamless slumber. "Get up, sleepyhead," she says, pulling back my blankets. "We're going to the mall." I make a strangled noise and wave her away. "Up," she commands, leaping again. "No," I moan, burrowing deeper in what's left of the blankets. "I've got to rehearse for the tournament." Vivi stops bouncing, and I realize that it's no longer true. I don't have to fight, except that I foolishly told Cardon I would never quit, which makes me remember the river and the Nixies in Tarim. How she was right, and I was magnificently, extravagantly wrong. "I'll buy you coffee when we get there. Coffee with chocolate and white cream." Vivi's relentless. "Come on, Tarim's waiting." I half stumble out of bed. Standing, I scratch my hip and glare. She gives me her most charming smile, and I find my annoyance fading, despite myself. Vivi is often selfish, but she's so cheerful about it and so encouraging of cheerful selfishness in others that it's easy to have fun with her. I dress quickly in the modern clothes I keep in the very back of my wardrobe: jeans, an old grey sweater with a black star on it, and a pair of glittery silver Converse high tops. I pull my hair into a slushy, knitted hat, and when I catch a glimpse of myself in the full-length mirror, carved so that it seems like a pair of body fawns are on either side of the glass leering, a different person is looking back at me. Maybe the person I might have been if I'd been raised human, whoever that is. When we were little, we used to talk about getting back to the human world all the time. Vivi kept saying that if she learned just a little more magic, we'd be able to go. We were going to find an abandoned mansion, and she was going to enchant birds to take care of us. They would buy us pizza and candy, and we would go to school only if we felt like it. By the time Vivi learned how to travel there, though, reality had intruded on our plans. It turns out birds can't really buy pizza, even if they're enchanted. I meet my sisters in front of Maddox stables, where silver-shod fairy horses are penned up beside enormous toads ready to be saddled and bridled, and reindeer with broad antlers hang with bells. Vivi's wearing black jeans and a white shirt, mirrored sunglasses hiding her cat eyes. Tarim has on pink joggings, a fuzzy cardigan, and a pair of ankle boots. We try to imitate girls we see in the human world, girls in magazines, girls we see on movie screens in air-conditioned theaters, eating candy so sweet it makes my teeth ache. I don't know what people think when they look at us. These clothes are a costume for me. I am playing dress up in ignorance. I no more can guess the assumptions that go along with glittering sneakers than a child in a dragon costume knows what real dragons would make of the color of her scales. Vivi picks stalks of ragwort that grow near the water thrugs. After finding 3 that meet her specifications, she lifts the first and blows on it, saying, "Steed, rise and bear us where I command." With those words, she tosses the stalk to the ground, and it becomes a raw-boned yellow pony with emerald eyes and a mane that resembles lacy foliage. It makes an odd caning knife. She throws down 2 more stalks, and moments later 3 ragwort ponies snort ear and snuffle at the ground. They look a little like seahorses and will ride over land and sky, according to Vivi's command, keeping their seeming for hours before collapsing back into the weeds. It turns out that passing between fiery and the mortal world isn't all that difficult. Fire exists beside and below mortal towns, in the shadows of mortal cities, and at the rotten, derelict, worm-eaten centers. Fire is live in hills, in valleys and burrows, in alleys and abandoned mortal buildings. Vivi isn't the only fierig from our islands to sneak across the sea and into the human world with some regularity, although most unmortal cases to mess with people. Less than a month ago, Valerian was bragging about campers he and his friends had tricked into feasting with them, gorging on rotten leaves enchanted to look like delicacies. I climb onto my ragworth steed and wrap my hands around the creature's neck. There is always a moment when it begins to move that I can't help grinning. There is something about the sheer impossibility of it, the magnificence of the woods streaking by, and the way the ragworth hooves kick up gravel as they leap up into the air, that gives me an electric rush of pure adrenaline. I swallow the whole, clawing up my throat. We're right over the cliffs, and then the sea, watching mermaids leap in the spangled waves and silkies rolling along the surf, past the fog perpetually surrounding the islands and concealing them from mortals, and then onto the shoreline, past two lights, state park, a golf course, and a jetport. We touch down in a small tree-covered patch across the road from the main hall. Vivi's shirt flutters in the wind as she lands. Tarin and I dismount. With a few words from Vivi, the ragworth steeds become just three helpful altitudes among others. "Remember where we parked?" Tarin says with a grin, and we start toward the mall. Vivi loves this place. She loves to drink mango smoothies, try on hats, and buy whatever we want with a corns and chance to pass us money. Tarin doesn't love it the way Vivi does, but she has fun. When I am here, though, I feel like a ghost. We strut through the JCPenney as though we're the most dangerous things around. But when I see human families all together, especially families with sticky-mouthed, giggling little sisters, I don't like the way I feel. Angry. I don't imagine myself back in a life like theirs. What I imagine is going over there and scaring them until they cry. I would never, of course. I mean, I don't think I would. Tarin seems to notice the way my gaze snags on a child whining to her mother. Unlike me, Tarin is adaptable. She knows the right things to say. She'd be okay if she were thrust back into this world. She's okay now. She will fall in love, just as she said. She will metamorphose into a wife or consort and raise fairy children who will adore and outlive her. The only thing holding her back is me. I am so glad she can't guess my thoughts. "So," Vivi says, "we're here because you both could use some cheering up, so cheer up." I look over at Tarin and take a deep breath, ready to apologize. I don't know if that's what Vivi had in mind, but it's what I've known I had to do since I got out of bed. "I'm sorry," I blurt out. "You're probably mad," Tarin says at the same time. "At you?" I am astonished. Tarin droops. "I swore to Cardan that I wouldn't help you, even though I came with you that day to help." I shake my head vehemently. "Really, Tarin? You're the one who should be angry that I got you tossed into the water in the first place. Getting yourself out of there was the smart thing to do. I would never be mad about that." "Oh," she says. "Okay." "Tarin told me about the prank you played on the prince," Vivi says. I see myself reflected in her sunglasses, doubled, quadrupled, with Tarin beside me. "Pretty good. But now you're going to have to do something much worse. I've got ideas." "No," Tarin says with vehemence. "You doesn't need to do anything. She was just upset about Madoc and the tournament. If she goes back to ignoring them, they'll go back to ignoring her too. Maybe not at first, but eventually." I bite my lip because I don't think that's true. "Forget Madoc. Knighthood would have been boring anyways," Vivi says, effectively dismissing the thing I've been working toward for years. I sigh. It's annoying, but also reassuring that she doesn't think it's that big a deal when the loss has felt overwhelming to me. So, what do you want to do? I asked Bibi to avoid any more of this discussion. Are we seeing a movie? Do you want to try on lipsticks? Don't forget you promised me coffee. I want you to meet my girlfriend, Vivian says, and I remember the pink-haired girl in the strip of photos. She asked me to move in with her. Here? I ask, as though there could be any other place. The mall? Vivi laughs at our expressions. We're going to meet her here today, but probably find a different place to live. Heather doesn't know fire exists, so don't mention it, okay? When Tarin and I were done, Vivi learned how to make rockcord horses. We ran away from Maddox's house a few days later. At a gas station, Vivi enchanted a random woman to take us home with her. I still remember the woman's blank face as she drove. I wanted to make her smile, but no matter what funny faces I pulled, her expressions didn't change. We spent the night in her house, sick after having ice cream for dinner. I cried myself to sleep, clinging to a weeping Tarin. After that, Vivi found us a motel room with a stove, and we learned how to cook macaroni and cheese from the package. We made coffee in the coffee pot because we remembered how our old house had smelled like it. We watched television and swam in the pool with other kids staying in the motel. I hated it. We lived that way for 2 weeks before Tarin and I begged Bibi to take us home, to take us back to Fiery. We missed our beds. We missed the food we were used to. We missed magic. I think it broke Bibi's heart to return, but she did it. And she stayed. Whatever else I can say about Bibi, when it really mattered, she stuck by us. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that she didn't plan to stay forever. Why didn't you tell us? Tarin demands. I am telling you. I just did, Bibi says, leading us past stores with looping images of video games, past gleaming displays of bikinis and flowing maxi dresses, past cheese-injected pretzels and stores with counters full of gleaming, heart-shaped diamonds promising true love. Strollers stream past, groups of teenage boys in jerseys, elderly couples holding hands. You should have said something sooner, says Tarin, hands on her hips. Here's my plan to cheer you up, Bibi says. We all move to the human world, moving with Heather. You doesn't have to worry about knighthood, and Tarin doesn't have to throw herself away on some silly fiery boy. Does Heather know about this plan? Tarin asks skeptically. Bibi shakes her head, smiling. Sure, I say, trying to make a joke of it. Except that I have no marketable skills other than swinging around a sword and making up riddles, neither of which will probably pay all that well. The mortal world is where we grew up, Bibi insists, climbing onto a bench and walking the length of it, acting as though it were a stage. She pushes her sunglasses up onto her head. You'd get used to it again. Where you grew up. She was 9 when we were taken. She remembers so much more about being human than we do. It's unfair, since she's also the one with magic. The folk are going to keep treating you like crap, Bibi says, and hops down in front of us, cat eyes flossing. A lady with a baby carriage swerves to avoid us. What do you mean? I look away from Bibi, concentrating on the pattern of the tiles under my feet. Oriana acts like you two being mortal is some kind of awful surprise that gets sprung on her all over again every morning, she says. And Maddox killed our parents, so that sucks. And then there are the jerks at school that you don't like to talk about. I was just talking about those jerks, I say, not giving her the satisfaction of being shocked by what she said about our parents. She acts like we don't remember, like there's some way I am ever going to forget. She acts like it's her personal tragedy and hers alone. And you didn't like it. Bibi looks immensely pleased with herself for that particular repost. Did you really think that being a knight would make everything better? I don't know, I say. Bibi swings on Tarin. What about you? Fire is all we know. Tarin holds up a hand to forestall any more argument. Here, we wouldn't have anything. There would be no balls and no magic and no... Well, I think I'd like it here, Bibi snaps, and stalks off ahead of us toward the Apple store. We've talked about it before, of course, how Vivi thinks we're stupid for not being able to resist the intensity of Fairy, for desiring to stay in a place of such danger. Maybe growing up the way we have, bad things feel good to us. Or maybe we are stupid in the exact same way as every other idiot mortal who's pinned away from another bite of goblin fruit. Maybe it doesn't matter. A girl is standing in front of the entrance, playing around on her phone. The girl, I assume. Heather is small, with faded pink hair and brown skin. She's wearing a t-shirt with a hand-drawn design across the front. There are pen stains on her fingers. I realize abruptly that she might be the artist who drew the comics I've seen Bibi pore over. I begin a curtsy before I remember myself and awkwardly stick out a hand. I'm Bibi's sister, Jude, I say, and this is Tarin. The girl shakes my hand. Her palm is warm, her grip nearly non-existent. It's funny how Bibi, who tried so hard to escape being anything like Madoc, wound up falling in love with a human girl, as Madoc did. I'm Heather, the girl says. It's great to meet you. Vi almost never talks about her family. Tarin and I glance at each other. Vi? You want to sit down or something? Heather says, nodding toward the food court. Somebody owes me coffee, I say pointedly to Bibi. We order and sit and drink. Heather tells us that she's in community college, studying art. She tells us about comics she likes and bands she's into. We dodge awkward questions. We lie. When Vivi gets up to throw away our trash, Heather asks us if she's the first girlfriend Vivi has let us meet. Tarin nods. That must mean she likes you a lot. So, can I visit your place now? My parents are ready to buy a toothbrush for Vi. How come I don't get to meet hers? I almost snore my mocha. Did she tell you anything about our family? Heather asks. No. Our dad is really conservative, I say. A boy with spiky black hair and a wallet chain passes us, smiling in my direction. I have no idea what he wants. Maybe he knows Heather. She's not paying attention. I don't smile back. Does he even know Vi is B? Heather asks, astonished, but then Vivi returns to the table, so we don't have to keep making up stuff. Like in both girls and boys is the only thing in this scenario Madoc wouldn't be upset with Vivi about. After that, the four of us wander the mall, trying on purple lipsticks and eating sour apple candy slices crusted in sugar that tar my tongue green. I delight in the chemicals that would doubtless sicken all the lords and ladies at the court. Heather seems nice. Heather has no idea what she's getting herself into. We say polite farewells near Newbury Comics. Vivi watches, freaky, speaking out bubblehead figurines, her gaze avid. I wonder what she thinks as she moves among humans. At moments like that, she seems like a wolf learning the patterns of shape. But when she kisses Heather, she's entirely sincere. I am glad you lied for me, Vivi says as we retrace our steps through the mall. You're going to have to tell her eventually, I say. If you're serious, if you're really moving to the mortal world to be with her. And when you do, she's still going to want to meet Madoc, Tarin says, although I can see why Vivi wants to avoid that for as long as possible. Vivi shakes her head. Love is a noble cause. How can anything done in the service of a noble cause be wrong? Tarin chews her lip. Before we leave, we stop by CVS and I pick up tampons. Every time I buy them, it's a reminder that while the fall can look like us, they are a species apart. Even Vivi is a species apart. I divide the package in half and give the other portion to Tarin. I know what you're wondering. No, they don't bleed once a month. Yes, they do bleed. Annually. Sometimes less frequently than that. Yes, they have solutions. Padding, mostly. And yes, those solutions suck. Yes, everything about it is embarrassing. We start to cut across the parking lot toward our ragwort stalks when a guy about our age touches my arm, warm fingers closing just above my wrist. Hey, sweetheart. I have an impression of a too big black shirt, jeans, a chain wallet, spiky hair, the glint of a cheap knife in his boot. I saw you before, and I was just wondering. I am turning before I can think, my fist cracking into his jaw. My booted foot hits his gut as he falls, rolling him over the pavement. I blink and find myself standing there, staring down at a kid who is gasping for air and starting to cry. My boot is raised to kick him in the throat, to crush his windpipe. The mortals standing around him are staring at me in horror. My nerves are jangling, but it's an eager jungle. I am ready for more. I think he was flirting with me. I don't even remember deciding to hit him. Come on! Tarin jerks my arm, and all three of us run. Someone shouts. I look over my shoulder. One of the boy's friends has given chase. Bitch! He shouts. Crazy bitch! Milo is bleeding! Vivi whispers a few words and makes a motion behind us. As she does, the crab grass begins to grow, pushing gaps in the asphalt wider. The boy comes to a halt as something rushes by him, a look of confusion on his face. Pixie-led, they call it. He wanders through a row of cars as though he has no idea where he's going. Unless he turns his clothes inside out, which I am fairly confident he doesn't know to do, he'll never find us. We stop near the edge of the lot, and Vivi immediately begins to giggle. Maddox would be so proud. His little girl remembering all her training, she says, staving off the terrifying possibility of romance. I am too stunned to say anything. Hitting him was the most honest thing I've done in a long time. I feel better than great. I feel nothing. A glorious emptiness. See, I tell Vivi, I can go back to the world. Look what I would do to it. To that, she has no response. I think about what I did all the way home, and then, again, at school. A lecturer from a guard near the coast explains how things wither and die. Cardan gives me a significant look as he explains the composition. Rot. But what I am thinking about is the stillness I felt when I hit that boy. That and the summer tournament tomorrow. I dream of my triumph there. None of Cardan's threats would have kept me from wearing the gold braid and fighting as hard as I could. Now, though, his threats are the only reason I have to fight. The sheer perverse glory of not backing down. When we break to it, Tarin and I climb up a tree to eat cheese and oatcakes lathered with cherry jelly. Font calls up to me, wanting to know why I didn't attend the rehearsal for the mock war. I forgot, I call back to her, which is not particularly believable, but I don't care. But you're going to fight tomorrow? She asks. If I pull out, Fend will have to rearrange teams. Tarin gives me a hopeful look, as though I may come to my senses. I'll be there, I say. My pride compels me. Lessons are almost over when I notice Tarin, standing beside Cardan, near a circle of thorn trees, weeping. I must not have been paying attention, must have gotten too involved in packing up our books and things. I didn't even see Cardan take my sister aside. I know she would have gone, though, no matter the excuse. She still believes that if we do what they want, they'll get bored and leave us alone. Maybe she's right, but I don't care. Tears spill over her cheeks. There is such a deep well of rage inside me. You're no killer. I leave my books and cross the grass toward them. Cardan half turns, and I shove him so hard that his back hits one of the trees. His eyes go wide. I don't know what you said to her, but don't you ever go near my sister again. I tell him, my hand still on the front of his velvet doublet. You gave her your word. I can feel the eyes of all the other students on me. Everyone's breath is drawn. For a moment, Cardan just stares at me with stupid, crow-black eyes. Then one corner of his mouth curls. Huh, he says. You're going to regret doing that. I don't think he realizes just how angry I am or how good it feels, for once, to give up on regrets. Chapter 9. Tarin won't tell me what Prince Cardan said to her. She insists that it had nothing to do with me, that he wasn't actually breaking his promise not to hold her accountable for my bad behavior, that I should forget about her and worry about myself. Jude, give it up. She sits in front of the fire in her bedroom, drinking a cup of nettle tea from a clay mug shaped like a snake, its tail coiling to make the candle. She has on her dressing gown, scarlet to match the flames in the grate. Sometimes when I look at her, it's impossible that her face is also mine. She looks soft, pretty, like a girl in a painting, like a girl who fits inside her own skin. Just tell me what he said, I press. There's nothing to tell, Tarin says. I know what I'm doing. And what's that? I ask her, my eyebrows lifting, but she only sighs. We've gone 3 rounds like this already. I keep thinking of the lazy blink of Garden's lasses over his cold, bright eyes. He looked gleeful, gloating, as though my fist tightening on his shirt was exactly what he would have wished. As though if I struck him, it would be because he had made me do it. I can annoy you in the hills and also the dales, I say, poking her in the arm. I will chase you from crack to crack across all 3 islands until you tell me something. I think we could both bear it better if no one else had to see, she says, then takes a long pull of her tea. What? I am surprised into not knowing what to say in return. What do you mean? I mean, I think I could stand being teased and being made to cry if you didn't know about it. She gives me a steady look, as though evaluating how much truth I can handle. I can just pretend my day was fine with you as a witness to what really happened. Sometimes it makes me not like you. That's not fair, I exclaim. She shrugs. I know, that's why I'm telling you. But what Cardan said to me doesn't matter. And I want to pretend it didn't happen, so I need you to pretend along with me. No reminders, no questions, no cautions. I stand and walk to her fireplace mantel, leaning my head against the carved stone. I can't count the number of times she's told me that messing with Cardan and his friends is just stupid, and yet, given what she's saying now, whatever made her cry this afternoon has nothing to do with me. Which means she's gotten into some kind of trouble all on her own. That might have a lot of advice to give. I am not sure she's taking all of it. So, what do you want me to do? I ask. I want you to fix things with him, she says. Prince Cardan's got all the power. There's no winning against him. No matter how brave or clever or even cruel you are, you'd end this before you get really hurt. I look at her uncomprehendingly. Avoiding Cardan's wrath now seems impossible. That ship has sailed and burned up in the harbor. I can't, I tell her. You heard what Prince Cardan said by the river. He just wants you to give up. It's a blow to his pride and it hurts his status. You acting like you're not afraid of him. She takes my arm at the wrist, pulling me close. I can smell the sharp scent of herbs on her breath. Tell him that he's won and you've lost. They're just words. You don't have to mean them. I shake my head. Don't fight him tomorrow, she continues. I'm not withdrawing from the tournament, I tell her. Even if it wins you nothing but more woe? She asks. Even then, I say. Do something else, she insists. Find a way. Fix it before it's too late. I think of all the things she won't say, all the things I wish I knew. But since she wants me to pretend everything is fine, all I can do is swallow my questions and leave her to her fire. In my room, I find my tournament outfit spread out on my bed, scented with verbena and lavender. It's a slightly padded tunic stitched with metallic thread. The pattern is of a crescent turned on its side like a cap, with a droplet of red falling from one corner and a dagger beneath the wall, Maddox's crest. I cannot put on that tunic tomorrow and fail, not without bringing disgrace on my household, and although embarrassing, Maddox might give me a contrary pleasure, a small revenge for denying me knighthood. I'd embarrass myself too. What I should do is go back to keeping my head down, be decent, but not memorable, let Cardan and his friends show off, save up my skill to surprise the court when Maddox gives me permission to seek a knighthood, if that ever happens. That's what I should do. I knock the tunic to the floor and climb under the coverlets, pulling them up over my head so that I am slightly smothered, so they breathe in my own warm breath. I fall asleep like that. In the afternoon, when I rise, the garment is wrinkled, and I have no one to blame but myself. "You're a foolish child," Tatterfell says, scraping my hair into tight warrior braids. "With a memory like that of a sparrow." On my way to the kitchens, I pass Maddock in the hall. He's dressed all in green, his mouth pulled into a grim line. "Hold on a moment," he says. I do. He frowns. "I know what it is to be young and hungry for glory." I bite my lip and say nothing. After all, he hasn't asked me a question. We stand there, watching each other. His cat eyes narrow. There are so many unsaid things between us, so many reasons we can only be something like father and daughter, but never fully inhabit our roles. "You will come to understand this is for the best," he says finally. "Enjoy your battle." I make a deep bow and head for the door. My trip to the kitchen's abandoned. All I want to do is get away from the house, from the reminder that there is no place for me at the court, no place for me in Fairy. What you lack is nothing to do with experience. The summer tournament is being held on the edge of a cliff on Inswell, the Isle of Woe. It's far enough that I take a mount, a pale grey horse stabled beside a toad. The toad watches me with golden eyes as I saddle the mare and throw myself up onto her back. I arrive at the grounds out of sorts, slightly late, anxious, and hungry. A crowd is already gathering around the tented box where the hiking eldred and the rest of the royals will sit. Long cream-colored banners whip through the air. Flying eldred's symbol, a tree that is half white flowers and half thorns, roots dangling beneath it and a crown atop. The uniting of the silly curds, the unsilly curds, and the wild fae under one crown. The dream of the Greenbrier line. The decadent eldest son, Prince Balagin, is sprawled in a carved chair. 3 attendants around him. His sister Princess Raya, the huntress, sits beside him. Her eyes are all on the potential combatants, wreathing themselves on the ground. A wave of panicky frustration comes over me at the sight of her intent expression. I so badly wanted her to choose me to be one of her knights, and though she can't now, a sudden awful fear that I couldn't have impressed her comes over me. Maybe Maddock was right. Maybe I lack the instinct for dealing death. If I don't try too hard today, at least I never need know if I would have been good enough. My group is to go first because we are the youngest, still in training, using wooden swords instead of lifesteal, unlike those who follow us. Bouts of fighting will last the whole day, broken up by bardic performances, a few feats of clever magic, displays of archery, and other skills. I can smell spiced wine in the air, but not yet that other perfume of tournaments, fresh blood. Fund is organizing us into rows, handing out armbands in silver and gold. Her blue skin is even more blazingly cerulean under the bright sky. Her armor is varying shades of blue as well, from oceanic to berry, with her green sash cutting across the breastplate. She will stand out no matter how she fares, which is a calculated risk. If she does well, the audience cannot fail to notice, but she'd better do well. As I approach the other students with the practice swords, I hear my name whispered. Unnerved, I look around, only to realize I am being scrutinized in a new way. Tarin and I are always noticeable, being mortal, but what makes us stand out is also what makes us unworthy of much regard. Today, however, that's not so. The children of Fairy seem to be holding a single indrawn breath, waiting to see what my punishment will be for putting hands on Cardan the day before, waiting to see what I am going to do next. I look across the field at Cardan and his friends, with silver on their arms. Cardan is wearing silver on his chest too, a plate of gleaming steel that hooks over his shoulders and seems more ornamental than protective. Valerian smirks at me. I do not give him the satisfaction of smirking back. Fan gives me a gold band and tells me where to stand. There are to be 3 rounds in the mug war, and 2 sides. Each side has a cloak of hide to protect, one that of a yellow deer, the other that of silvery fox fur. I drink some water out of a pewter carafe set out for participants and begin to warm up. My stomach is sore with the lack of food, but I no longer feel hungry. I feel sick, eaten up with nerves. I try to ignore everything but the exercises I move through to limber up my muscles. And then, it is time. We troop onto the field and salute the seat of the High King, although Eldred has not yet arrived. The crowd is thinner than it will be closer to sunset. Prince Dane is there, though, with Maddox beside him. Princess Elowin strums salute thoughtfully. Vivi and Darin have come to watch, although I see neither Oriana nor Oak. Vivi gestures with a kebab of glistening fruit, making Princess Raya laugh. Darin watches me intently, as though trying to warm me with her gaze. Fix it. All through the first battle, I fight defensively. I avoid Cardan, nor do I come near Nicasia, Valerian, or Locke, even when Valerian knocks Fen to the dirt, even when Valerian rips down our deer hide. Still, I do nothing. Then we are called to the field for the second battle. Cardan walks behind me. You are docile today. Did your sister admonish you? She desires our approval very much. One of his booted feet toes the clover-covered ground, kicking up a clot. I imagine that if I asked, she'd roll with me right here until we turn her white gown green, and then thank me for the honor of my favor. He smiles, going in for the kill, leaning toward me as if confiding a secret. Not that I'd be the first to grown her. My good intentions evaporate on the wind. My blood is on fire, boiling in my veins. I do not have much power, but here is what I have. I can force his hand. Cardan might want to hurt me, but I can make him want to hurt me worse. We're supposed to play at war. When they call us to our places, I play. I play as viciously as possible. My practice sword cracks against Cardan's ridiculous chestplate. My shoulder bangs against Valerian's shoulder so hard that he staggers back. I attack again and again, knocking down anyone wearing a silver armband. When the mock war is over, my eye is blackened and both of my knees are skinned, and the gold side has won the second and third battles. You're no killer, Maddox said. Right now I feel that I could be. The crowd applauds, and it is as if I have suddenly woken from a dream. I forgot about them. A pixie tosses flower petals at us. From distance, Vivi salutes me with a goblet of something as Princess Raya applauds politely. Maddox is no longer in the royal box. Balakin is gone, too. The High King Eldred is there, though, sitting on a slightly elevated platform, speaking with Dane, his expression remote. I start to tremble all over, the adrenaline draining out of me. Courtiers, waiting for better battles, study my bruises and evaluate my prowess. No one seems particularly impressed. I have done my best, have fought my hardest, and it wasn't enough. Maddox didn't even stay to watch. My shoulders slump. Worse, Cardan is waiting for me when I get off the field. I am struck suddenly by his hate, by the arrogant sneer he wears like a crown. He would seem like a prince even dressed in rags. Cardan grabs my face, fingers played against my neck. His breath is against my cheek. His other hand grabs my hair, winding it into a rope. Do you know what mortal means? It means born to die. It means deserving of death. That's what you are, what defines you. Dying. And yet here you stand, determined to pose me even as you rot away from the inside out. You corrupt, corrosive, mortal creature. Tell me how that is. Do you really think you can win against me? Against a prince of fiery? I swallow hard. No, I say. His black eyes shimmer with rage. So you're not completely lacking in some small amount of animal cunning. Good. Now beg my forgiveness. I take a step back and tuck, trying to wrench free of his grip. He holds onto my braid, staring down into my face with angry eyes and a small, awful smile. Then he opens his hand, letting me stagger free. Individual strands of hair flutter through the air. On the periphery of my vision, I see Tarin standing with Locke, near where the other knights are donning their armor. She looks at me pleadingly, as though she's the one who needs to be saved. Get down on your knees, Cardan says, looking insufferably pleased with himself. His fury has transmuted into gloating. Beg, make it pretty, flowery, worthy of me. The other children of the gentry are standing around in their padded tunics with their practice swords, watching, hoping my downfall will be amusing. This is the show that they've been expecting since I stood up to him. This isn't a mock war. This is the real thing. Beg? I echo. For a moment he looks surprised, but that's quickly replaced by even greater malice. You defied me more than once. Your only hope is to throw yourself on in my mercy in front of everyone. Do it, or I will keep on hurting you until there is nothing left to hurt. I think of the dark shapes of the nixies in the water, and the boy at the revel, howling over his stormwing. I think of Thorin's tear-stained face. I think of how Raya would never have chosen me, of how Madoc didn't even wait to see the conclusion of the battle. There's no shame in surrender. As Tarin said, they're just words. I don't have to mean them. I can lie. I start to lower myself to the ground. This will be over quickly. Every word will taste like bile, and then it will be over. When I open my mouth, though, nothing comes out. I can't do it. Instead, I shake my head at the thrill running through me, at the sheer lunacy of what I'm about to do. It's the thrill of leaping without being able to see the ground below you, right before you realize that's called falling. You think because you can humiliate me, you can control me, I say, looking him in those black eyes. Well, I think you're an idiot. Since we started being tutored together, you've gone out of your way to make me feel like I'm less than you. And to coddle your ego, I have made myself less. I have made myself small. I have kept my head down, but it wasn't enough to make you leave Tarin and me alone. So I'm not going to do that anymore. I am going to keep on defying you. I am going to shame you with my defiance. You remind me that I am a mere mortal, and you're a prince of fairy. Well, let me remind you that means you have much to lose, and I have nothing. You may win in the end, you may ensorcel me, and hurt me, and humiliate me, but I will make sure you lose everything I can take from you on the way down. I promise you this. I throw his own words back at him. This is the least of what I can do. Cardan looks at me as though he's never seen me before. He looks at me as though no one has ever spoken to him like this. Maybe no one has. I turn from him and begin walking, half expecting Cardan to grab my shoulder and throw me to the ground, half expecting him to find the raw and buried necklace at my throat, snap it, and speak the words that will make me crawl back to him, begging despite all my big talk. But he says nothing. I feel his gaze on my back, pricking the hairs on my neck. It is all I can do not to run. I dare not look toward Tarin and Locke, but I catch a glimpse of Nicasia staring at me, open-mouthed. Valian looks furious, his hands fisted at his sides in mute rage. I stagger past the tournament tents to a stone fountain, where I splash my face with water. I bend down, starting to clean the gravel from my knees. My legs feel stiff, and I am shaking all over. "Are you all right?" Locke asked, gazing down with his tawny fox eyes. I didn't even hear him behind me. I am not all right, but he can know that, and he shouldn't be asking. "What do you care?" I say, spitting the words out. The way he's looking at me makes me feel more pathetic than ever. He leans against the fountain, letting a slow, lazy smile grow on his mouth. "It's funny, that's all." "Funny?" I echo, furious. "You think that was funny?" He shakes his head, still smiling. "No, it's funny how you get under his skin." At first, I'm not sure I heard him right. I almost ask whom he's talking about, because I can't quite believe he's admitting that high and mighty Cardan is affected by anything. "Like a splinter," I say. "Of iron, no one else bothers him quite the way that you do." He picks up a towel and wets it, then kneels down beside me and carefully wipes my face. I suck in a breath when the cold cloth touches the sensitive part of my eye, but he is far gentler than I would have been to myself. His face is solemn and focused on what he's doing. He doesn't seem to notice my studying him. His long face and sharp chin, his curling red-brown hair, the way his eyelashes catch the light. Then he does notice. He's looking at me, and I'm looking back at him, and it's the strangest thing, because I thought Locke would never notice anyone like me. He's noticing, though. He's smiling like he did that night at the court, as though we shared a secret. He's smiling as if we're sharing another secret. "Keep it up," he says. I wonder at those words. Can he really mean them? As I make my way back to the tournament and my sisters, I can't stop thinking of Cardan's shocked face, nor can I stop considering Locke's smile. I am not altogether sure which is more thrilling and which more dangerous. Chapter 10. The rest of the summer tournament goes by in a blur. Swordsfolk go toe to toe against one another in single combat, fighting for the honor of impressing the High King and his court. Ogres and foxkin, goblins and gullions all engage in the deadly dance of battle. After a few rounds, Vivi wants us to push through the crowd and buy more fruit skewers. I keep trying to catch Thorin's eye, but she won't allow it. I want to know if she's angry. I want to ask what Locke said to her when they were standing together, although that might be the exact sort of question she would forbid. But the conversation with Locke couldn't have been the humiliating kind, the kind she tries to pretend away, could it? Not when he practically told me he delighted in Cordon's being Broadlaw. Which makes me think of the other question I can't ask Tarin. Not that I'd be the first to green gun her. Fairies can't lie. Cardon couldn't have said it if he didn't believe it to be true. But why would he think that? Vivi knocks her skewer against me, bringing me out of my reverie. To a clever youth, who made the folk remember why they stay in their burrows and hills, for fear of mortal ferocity. A tall man with the floppy ears of a rabbit and a mane of walnut brown hair turns to give Vivi a dirty look. She grins at him. I shake my head, pleased by her toast, even if it's wild exaggeration, even if I impressed no one but her. Would that youth was just a bit less clever? Tarin says under her breath. I turn to her, but she has moved away. When we get back to the arena, Princess Raya is readying herself for her bout. She holds a thin sword, very much like a long pen, and stabs at the empty air in preparation for an opponent. Her two lovers call out encouragement. Cardon re-emerges in the royal box, wearing loose white linen and a flower crown all of roses. He ignores the High King and Prince Dane, and flops down in a chair beside Prince Balakin, with whom he exchanges a few sharp words that I dearly wish I were close enough to hear. Princess Kaelia has arrived for her sister's boat, and applauds wildly when Raya walks out onto the clover. Madoc never returns. I ride home alone. Vivi heads off with Raya after she wins her boat. They are going to hunting in the nearby woods. Tarin agrees to accompany them, but I am too weary and too sore and too on edge. In the kitchens of Madoc's house, I toast cheese over a fire and spread it on bread. Sitting on the stoop with Ted and a mug of tea, I watch the sun go down as I eat my lunch. The cook, a drone named Wattle, ignores me and continues magicking the parsnips to chop themselves. When I am done, I brush the crumbs from my cheeks and head for my room. Narbonne, a servant with long ears and a tail that drags on the ground, stops in the hall when he sees me. He's carrying a tray of thimble-sized corn cups and a silver decanter of what smells like blackberry wine in his large, clawed hands. His livery is pulled tight across his chest, and pieces of fur stick out of the cups. "Oh, you're at home," he says, a growl in his voice that makes him seem menacing no matter how benign the words he speaks. Despite myself, I can't help thinking of the guard who bit off the tip of my finger. Narbonne's teeth could snap off my whole hand. I nod. "The prince is asking for you downstairs." "Garden? Here?" My heartbeat speeds. I can't think. "Where?" Narbonne looks surprised by my reaction. "In Madoc's study. I was just bringing him this." I grab the tray out of my hands and head down the stairs, intent on getting rid of Garden as quickly as I can, any way that I can. The last thing I need is for Madoc to overhear my being disrespectful and decide I'll never belong at the court. He's a servant of the Greenbrier line, sworn as surely as anyone. He would not like my being at odds with even the least of the princes. I fly down the stairs and kick open the door to Madoc's study. The knob crashes into a bookshelf as I stride into the room, planking down the tray with enough force to make the cups dance. Prince Dane has several books lying open on the library table in front of him. Golden curls fall over his eyes, and the collar of his pale blue doublet is open, showing a heavy silver torque at his throat. I halt, aware of the colossal mistake I have made. He raises both eyebrows. "Judd, I didn't expect you to be in such a rush." I sink into a low bow and hope he will think me only clumsy. Fear gnaws at me. Serpent sudden. Could Gordon have sent him? Is he here to punish me for my insolence? I can think of no other reason that the honored and honorable Princeton, soon to be the ruler of Fairy, would ask for me. I say, panic tripping my tongue. With relief, I remember the tray and indicate the decanter. Here, this is for you, my lord. He picks up an acorn and pours a little of the thick black liquid into the cup. Will you drink with me? I shake my head, feeling completely out of my depth. It will go straight to my head. That makes him laugh. Well then, give me company a time. Of course, that I cannot possibly refuse. Alighting on an arm of one of the green leather chairs, I feel my heart thud dully. May I get you anything else? I ask, not sure how to proceed. He lifts his acorn cap, as if in salute. I have refreshment enough. What I require is conversation. Perhaps you can tell me what made you storm in here. Who did you think I was? No one, I say quickly. My thumb wraps over my ring finger over the smooth skin of the missing tip. He sits up straighter, as though I am suddenly much more interesting. I thought maybe one of my brothers was bothering you. I shake my head. Nothing like that. It's shocking, he says, as though he's giving me some great compliment. I know humans can lie, but to watch you do it, it is incredible. Do it again. I feel my face hit. I do it again, he repeats gently. Don't be afraid. Only a fool wouldn't be, despite his words. Prince Dane came here when Maddox was not at home. He asked for me specifically. He implied he knew about Cardan. Perhaps he glimpsed us after the mock war. Cardan jerked my head by my breath. But what does Dane want? I am breathing too slowly, too fast. Dane, about to be crowned the High King, has the power to grant me a place in the court, the power to gainsay Maddox and make me a knight. If only I could impress him, he could give me everything I want, everything I thought I lost my shot at. I draw myself up and look into the silvered grey of his eyes. My name is Hugh Duarte. I was born on November 13th, 2001. My favorite color is green. I like fog and sad ballads and chocolate-covered raisins. I can swim. Now tell me, which part was the lie? Did I lie at all? Because what's so great about lying is the not knowing. I realize abruptly that he might not take any bow particularly seriously from me after that little performance. He looks pleased, though, smiling at me as if he'd found a rough ruby lying in the dirt. Now, he says, tell me how your father uses that little talent of yours. I blink, confused. Really? He doesn't? What a shame. The prince tilts his head to study me. Tell me what you dream of, you Duarte. If that's your true name, tell me what you want. My heart hammers in my chest, and I feel a little lightheaded, a little dizzy. Surely it can't be this easy. Prince Dane, soon to be the High King of all Fiery, asking me what I want. I barely dare answer, and yet I must. I want to be your knight, I stammer. His eyebrows go up. Unexpected, he says. And pleasing? What else? I don't understand. I twist my hands together so he can see how they are shaking. Desire is an odd thing. As soon as it's stated, it transmutes. If we receive golden through it, we desire the golden needle. And so, you, Duarte, I am asking you what you would want next if I made you part of my company. To serve you, I say, still confused. To pledge my sword to the crown. He waves off my answer. No. Tell me what you want. Ask me for something. Something you've never asked from anyone. Make me no longer mortal, I think. And then I'm horrified at myself. I don't want to want that, especially because there is no way to get it. I will never be one of the folk. I take a deep breath. If I could ask him for any boon, what would it be? I understand the danger, of course. Once I tell him, he's going to try to strike a bargain. And fairy bargains seldom favored mortal. But the potential for power dangles before me. My thoughts go to the necklace at my throat, the sting of my own palm against my cheek, the sound of folks' laughter. I think of Cardan. See what we can do with a few words. We can send you to run around on all fours, barking like a dog. We can curse you to wither away for the want of a song you'll never hear again, or a kind word from my lips. To resist enchantment, I say, trying to will myself to stillness, trying not to fidget. I want to seem like a serious person who makes serious bargains. He regards me steadily. You already have the Scythe, given to you as a child. Surely you understand our ways. You know the charms. Salt our food, and you destroy any ensorcement on it. Turn your stockings inside out, and you will never find yourself led astray. Keep your pockets full of dried raw and berries, and your mind won't be influenced. The last few days have shown me how woefully inadequate those protections are. What happens when they turn out my pockets? What happens when they rip my stockings? What happens when they scatter my salt in the dirt? He regards me thoughtfully. Come closer, child, he says. I hesitate. From all I have observed of Prince Dane, he has always seemed like a creature of honor, but what I have observed is painfully little. Come now, if you are going to serve me, you must trust me. He's leaning forward in the chair. I notice the small horns just above his brow, parting his hair on either side of his regal face. I notice the strength in his arms and the signet ring gleaming on one long-fingered hand, carved with the symbol of the Greenbrier line. I slide from the chair arm and walk over to where he sits. I force myself to speak. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. He touches a bruise on my cheek, one I hadn't realized was there. I flinch, but I don't move away from him. Cardan is a spoiled child. It is well known in the court that he squanders his lineage on drink and petty squabbles. No, don't bother to object. I don't. I wonder how it was that Narbonne came to tell me only that the prince was waiting for me downstairs, but not which prince. I wonder if Dane told him to give me that specific message. A well-seasoned strategist waits for the right opportunity. Although we are brothers, we're very different from each other. I will never be cruel to you for the sake of delighting in it. If you swear yourself into my service, you will find yourself rewarded. But what I want you for is not knighthood. My heart sinks. It was too much to believe that the Prince of Fairy had dropped by to make all my dreams come true. But it was nice while it lasted. Then, what do you want? Nothing you haven't already offered. You wanted me to give your oath and your sword. I accept. I need someone who can lie. Someone with ambition. A spy for me. Join my court of shadows. I can make you powerful beyond what you might ever hope. It's not easy for humans to be here with us, but I could make it easier for you. I allow myself to sink into chair. It feels a little bit like expecting a proposal of marriage, only to get offered the role of mistress. A spy, a sneak, a liar and a thief. Of course that's what he thinks of me, of mortals. Of course that's what he thinks I am good for. I consider the spies I have seen, like the parsnip-nosed enhanced figure Mother consults with sometimes, or a shadowy grey-shrouded figure whose face I've never managed to spot. All the royals probably have them, but doubtless part of their skill is in how well hidden they are, and I would be well hidden, indeed, hidden in plain sight. It is perhaps not the future you imagined for yourself, Prince Dane says. No shining armor or riding into battle, but I promise you that once I am the High King, if you serve well, you will be able to do as you like, for who can gainsay the High King? And I will put a yes on you, a yes of protection from enchantment. I go very still, usually given to mortals in exchange for their service. Yes is grand power, with a kick in the teeth, exception that comes upon you when you least expect it, like you're invulnerable, except an arrow made of the hardwood of a hawthorn tree, which just so happens to be the exact kind of arrow that your worst enemy favors. Or you'll win every battle you're in, but you're not allowed to refuse invitations to dinner, so if someone invites you to dinner right before a battle, you're not going to be able to show up for that fight. Basically, like everything about Fairy, Yeezys are awesome, and also they suck. Yet, it seems like that's what I am being offered. A yes? I echo. His smile widens, and after a moment, I know why. I haven't said no, which means I am thinking of saying yes. No yeast can save you from the effects of our fruits and poisons. Think carefully. I could grant you the power to enrapture all who looked upon you instead. I could give you a spot right there. He touches my forehead. And anyone who saw it would be struck with love. I could give you a magical blade that cuts through starlight. I don't want to be controlled, I say, my voice a whisper. I can't believe I am saying this out loud, to him. I can't believe I am doing this. Magically, I mean, give me that, and I will manage the rest. He nods once. So you accept? It's frightening to have a choice like this in front of me. A choice that changes all future choices. I want power so badly, and this is an opportunity for it. A terrifying and slightly insulting opportunity, but also an intriguing one. Would I have made a good knight? I have no way of knowing. Maybe I would have hated it. Maybe it would have meant standing around in armor and going on duel quests. Maybe it would have meant fighting people I liked. I nod and hope I make a good spy. Prince Dane rises and touches my shoulder. I feel the shock of the contact, like a spark of static. You Duarte, daughter of clay. From this day forward, no fiery glamour will addle your mind. No enchantment will move your body against your will. None save for that of the maker of these years. Now, no one will be able to control you, he says, and then pauses for a moment. Except for me. I suck in a breath. Of course there's a sting in the tail of this bargain. I cannot even be angry with him. I should have guessed. And yet, it is still thrilling to have any protection at all. Prince Dane is only one fairy, and he has seen something in me. Something Maddox wouldn't see. Something I have yearned to have acknowledged. Right then and there, I go down on one knee on the ancient rack in Maddox's study and swear myself into Prince Dane's service. Chapter 11. All night, as I sit through dinner, I am conscious of the secret I hold. It makes me feel for the first time as though I have a power of my own, a power Maddox cannot take from me. Even thinking of it for long, I am a spy, I am Prince Dane's spy, gives me a thrill. With little birds stuffed with barley and wild rams, their skins crackling with fat and honey. Oriana delicately picks hers apart. Oak chews on the skin. Maddox does not bother to separate off the flesh. Earring bones and all, I poke out the stewed parsnips. Although Tarin is at the table, Vivi has not returned. I suspect that hunting with Raya was a ruse, and that she has gone to the mortal world after a brief ride through the woods. I wonder if she ate her dinner with Hydra's family. You did well at the tournament, Maddox says between bites. I do not point out that he left the grounds. He couldn't have been too impressed. I'm not even sure how much he actually saw. Does that mean you've changed your mind? Something in my voice makes him stop chewing and regard me with narrowed eyes. About knighthood, he asks. No. Once there is a new hiking in place, we will discuss your future. My mouth curves into a secretive smile. As you wish. Down the table, Tarin watches Oriana and tries to copy her movements with the little bird. She does not look my way, even when she asks me to pass her a carafe of water. She can't keep me from following her to her room when we're done, though. Look, I say on the stairs, I tried to do what you wanted, but I couldn't, and I don't want you to hate me for it. It's my life. She turns around. Your life to squander? Yes, I say as we come to the landing. I cannot tell her about Prince Dane, but even if I could, I am not sure it would help. I am not at all sure she'd approve of that either. Our lives are the only real thing we have, our only coin. We get to buy what we want with them. Tarin rolls her eyes. Her voice is acid. Isn't that pretty? Did you make it up yourself? What is the matter with you? I demand. She shakes her head. Nothing. Maybe it would be better if I thought the way that you do. Never mind, Jude. You really were good out there. Thanks, I say, frowning in confusion. I wonder again over Cardan's words about her, but I do not want to repeat them and make her feel bad. So, have you fallen in love yet? I ask. All my question gets me is a strange look. I am staying home from the lecture tomorrow, Tarin says. I guess it is your life to squander, but I don't have to watch. My feet feel like lead as I make my way to the palace, over ground strewn with windfall apples, their golden scent blowing in the air. I am wearing a long black dress with gold cuffs and a lacing of green braid, a comfortable favorite. Afternoon birdsong thrills above me, making me smile. I let myself have a brief fantasy of Prince Dane's coronation, of me dancing with a grinning log, while Cardan is dragged away and thrown in a dark goblet. A flash of white startles me from my thoughts. It's a stag, a white stag, standing not 10 feet from where I am. His antlers are threaded with a few thin cobwebs, and his coat is a white so bright that it seems silver in the afternoon light. We regard each other for a long moment, before he races off in the direction of the palace, taking my breath with him. I decide to believe this is a good omen, and, at least at first, it seems to be. Classes aren't too bad. Noggle, our instructor, is a kind but old fur Doric from up north, with huge eyebrows, a long beard into which he occasionally shoves pens or scraps of paper, and a tendency to maunder on about meteor storms and their meanings. As afternoon turns to evening, he has us counting falling stars, which is a dull but relaxing task. I lie back on my blanket and stare up at the night sky. The only downside is that it is hard for me to note down numbers in the dark. Usually, glowing orbs hang from the trees or large concentrations of fireflies light our lessons. I carry extra stabs of candles for when even that is to them, since human eyesight isn't nearly as keen as theirs. But I am not allowed to light them when we study the stars. I try to write legibly and not get ink all over my fingers. Remember, Noel says, usual celestial events often presage important political changes, so with a new king on the horizon, it's important for us to observe the signs carefully. Some giggling rises out of the darkness. Nicasia, our instructor says, is there some difficulty? Her haughty voice is unrepentant. No, not all. Now, what can you tell me about falling stars? What would be the meaning of a shower of them in the last hour of a night? A dozen births, Nicasia says, which is wrong enough to make me wince. Deaths, I say under my breath. Noggle cures me, unfortunately. Very good, Yod. I am glad someone has been paying attention. Now, who would like to tell me when those deaths are most likely to occur? There is no point in my holding back, not when I made a declaration that I was going to same Cardan with my greatness. I better start being great. It depends on which of the constellations they passed through and in which direction the stars fell, I say. Halfway through answering, I feel like my throat is going to close up. I am suddenly glad of the dark, so I don't have to see Cardan's expression, or Nicasia's. Excellent, Noggle says. Which is why our notes must be thorough. Continue. This is dull, I hear Valerian drawl. Prophecy is for hacks and small folk. We should be learning things of a more noble man. If I am going to pass a night on my back, then I'd wish to be loosened in love. Some of the others laugh. Very well, said Noggle. Tell me what even might portend success in love. A girl taking off her dress, he says to more laughter. Elga, Noggle calls on a girl with silver hair and a laugh like soldering glass. Can you answer for him? Perhaps he's had such little success in love that he truly doesn't know. She begins to stammer. I suspect she knows the answer, but doesn't want to court Valerian's ire. Shall I ask you again? Noggle asks tartly. Or perhaps Cardan. Why don't you tell us? No, he says. What was that? Noggle asks. When Cardan speaks, his voice rings with sinister authority. It is as Valerian says. This lesson is boring. You will light the lamps and begin another, more worthy one. Noggle pauses for a long moment. Yes, my prince, he says finally, and all the globes around us flare to life. I blink several times as my eyes try to adjust. I wonder if Cardan has ever had to do anything he didn't want to. I guess it is no surprise that he drowses during lectures. No surprise that he once, drunk as anything, rode a horse across the grass while we were having classes, trampling blankets and books and sending everyone scrambling to get out of his way. He can change out curriculum on a whim. How can anything matter to someone like that? Her eyesight is so poor, Nikas just says, and I realize she's standing over me. She has my notebook and waves it around so everyone can see my scrolls. Poor youth. It's so hard to overcome so many disadvantages. They're seeing all over my fingers and on the golden cuffs of my dress. Across the grove, Carden is talking with Valerian. Only Locke is watching us, his expression troubled. Noggle is flipping through a stack of thick, dusty books, probably trying to come up with a lesson that Carden would like. Sorry if you can't read my handwriting, I say, grabbing the notebook. The page tears, leaving most of my night's work shredded. But that's not exactly my disadvantage. Nikasa slaps me in the face. I stumble, shocked, suddenly down on one knee, barely catching myself before I go sprawling. My cheek is hot, stinging, my head rings. You can't do that, I say to her nonsensically. I thought I understood how this game worked. I thought wrong. I may do whatever I wish, she informs me, still haughty. Our classmates stir. Elga has one delicate hand over her mouth. Carden looks over, and I can tell from his expression that she has failed to please him. Embarrassment starts to creep over Nikas's face. For as long as I have been among them, there were lines they didn't cross. When they shoved us into the river, no one witnessed it. For better or worse, I am part of the general's household and under Maddox's protection. Carden might dare to cross him, but I thought the others would at least strike in secret. I seem to have angered Nicasia past caring about any of that. I brush myself off. Are you calling me out? Because then it's my right to choose the time and the weapon. How I would love to knock her down. She realizes that my question actually demands a response. I might be lower than the ground, but that doesn't absolve her from obligations to her own honor. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Carden coming toward us, due to anticipation coming less with dread. On my other side, Valerian bumps my shoulder. I take a step away from him, but not fast enough to avoid being assailed with the smell of overripe fruit. Above us, in the black dome of night, 7 stars fall, streaking gloriously across the sky before guttering out. I look up automatically, too late to have seen their precise path. Did anyone know that down? Noggle begins shouting, fumbling in his bird for a pen. This is the celestial event we've been waiting for. Someone must have seen the exact origin point. Quickly, set down everything you can remember. Just then, as I am looking at the stars, Valerian shoves something soft against my mouth. An apple, sweet and rotten at the same time. Honeyed juice running over my tongue, tasting of sunlight and pure, heady, stupid joy. Fiery fruit, which muddles the mind, which makes humans crave it enough to starve themselves for another taste, which makes us pliant and suggestible and ridiculous. Dane's yeast protected me from enchantment, from anyone's control, but fiery fruit puts you out of even your own control. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. I spit it out. The apple rolls in the dirt, but I can already feel it working on me. Salt, I think, fumbling for my basket. Salt is what I need. Salt is the antidote. It will clear the fog in my head. Nikasa sees what I am doing for her and snatches up my basket, dancing out of the way, while Valerian pushes me to the ground. I try to crawl away from him, but he pins me, shoving the filthy apple back into my face. Let me sweeten that sour tongue of yours, he says, pressing it down. Pulp is in my mouth and up my nose. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. My eyes are open, staring up at Valerian's face. I'm choking. He's watching me with an expression of mild curiosity, as though he's looking forward to seeing what happens next. Darkness is creeping in at the edges of my vision. I am choking to death. The worst part of it is the joy blooming inside me from the fruit, blotting out the terror. Everything is beautiful. My vision is swimming. I reach up to claw at Valerian's face, but I am too dizzy to reach him. A moment later, it doesn't matter. I don't want to hurt him, not when I am so happy. Do something, someone says, but in my delirium, I can't tell who is speaking. Abruptly, Valerian is kicked off me. I roll onto my side, coughing. Carden is looming there. Tears and snot are running down my face, but all I can do is lie in the dirt and spit out pieces of sweet, fleshy pulp. I have no idea why I'm crying. Enough, Cardan says. He has an odd, wild expression on his face, and the muscles jumping in his jaw. I start to laugh. Valerian looks mutinous. Ruin my fun, will you? For a moment, I think they're going to fight, although I cannot think why. Then I see what Cardan's got in his hand. The salt from my basket, the antidote. Why did I want it, I wonder? He tosses it up into the air with a laugh, and I watch it scatter with the wind. Then he looks at Valerian, mouth curling. What's wrong with you, Valerian? If she dies, your little prank is over before it begins. I'm not going to die, I say, because I don't want them to worry. I feel fine. I feel better than I have ever felt in my entire life. I'm glad the antidote is gone. Prince Cardan? Noggle says. She ought to be taken home. Everyone is so dull today, Cardan says, but he doesn't sound as if he's bored. He sounds as if he's barely keeping his temper in check. Oh, Noggle, she doesn't wish to go. Nicasia comes over to me and strokes my cheek. Do you, pretty thing? The cloying taste of honey is in my mouth. I feel light. I am unwinding. I am unfurling like a banner. I'd like to stay, I say, because here is wondrous, because she is dazzling. I am not sure I feel good, but I know I feel great. Everything is wondrous, even Cardan. I didn't like him before, but that seems silly. I give him a wide, happy grin, although he doesn't smile in return. I don't take it personally. Noggle turns away from us, muttering something about the general unfoolishness and princes getting their heads removed from their shoulders. Cardan watches him go, hands fisting at his sides. A knot of girls flop down in the moss beside me. They're laughing, which makes me laugh again too. I've never seen a mortal take the fridge of Elham before, one of them, First Flowers, says to another. Will she remember this? Would that someone would enchant her to do otherwise? Locke says from somewhere behind me. But he doesn't sound angry like Cardan. He sounds nice. I turn toward him, and he touches my shoulder. I lean into the warmth of his skin. Nicasia laughs. She wouldn't want that. What she'd like is another bite of apple. My mouth waters at the memory. I recall them strewn across my path, golden and glittering, on the way to school, and curse my foolishness for not stopping to eat my fill. So, we can ask her things? Another girl, Moragna, wants to know. Embarrassing things, and she'll answer? Why should she find anything embarrassing when she's among friends? Says Nicasia, eyes slitted. She looks like a cat that has eaten all the cream and is ready for a nap in the sun. Which one of us would you most like to kiss? Flower demands, coming closer. She's barely spoken to me before. I'm glad she wants to be friends. I'd like to kiss all of you, I say, which makes them scream with laughter. I grin up at the stars. You're wearing too many clothes, Nicasia says, frowning at my skirts. And they've gone dirty. You should take them off. My dress does seem abruptly heavy. I imagine myself naked in the moonlight, my skin torn as silvery as the lips above us. I stand. Everything feels as if it's going a bit sideways. I start pulling off my clothes. You're right, I say, delighted. My gown slides into a puddle of cloth that I can easily step out of. I'm wearing mortal underclothes, a mint and black polka-dotted bra and underpants. They are all staring at me oddly, as though wondering where I got my underwear. All of them so resplendent that it is difficult for me to look too long without my head hurting. I am conscious of the softness of my body, of the calluses on my hands, and of the sway of my breasts. I am conscious of the soft tickle of grass underneath my feet and the warm earth. Am I beautiful like you are? I ask Nicasia, genuinely curious. No, she says, darting a look toward Valerian. She picks up something from the ground. You are nothing like us. I am sorry to hear it, but not surprised. Beside them, anyone might as well be a shadow, a blurry reflection of a reflection. Valerian points to the rowan necklace that dangles around my throat. Dried red berries threaded onto a long silver chain. You should take that off, too. I nod conspirationally. You're right, I say. I don't need it anymore. Nicasia smiles, holding up the golden thing she has in her hand, the filthy, mussed remains of the apple. Come lick my hands clean. You don't mind, do you? But you have to do it on your knees. Gasping and tittering spread through our classmates like a breeze. They want me to do it. I want to make them happy. I want everyone to be as happy as I am. And I do want another taste of the fruit. I begin to crawl toward Nicasia. No, Cardan says, stepping in front of me, his voice ringing and a little unsteady. The others back off, giving him room. He takes off his soft leather shoe and puts one pale foot directly in front of me. You'd will come here and kiss my foot. She said she wanted to kisses, and I am her prince, after all. I laugh again. Honestly, I don't know why I laughed so infrequently before. Everything is marvelous and ridiculous. Looking up at Gordon, though, something strikes me wrong. His eyes are glittering with fury and desire, and maybe even shame. A moment later, he blinks, and it's just his usual chilly arrogance. Well, be quick about it, he says impatiently. Kiss my foot, and tell me how great I am. Tell me how much you admire me. Enough, Locke says sharply to Gordon. He's got his hands on my shoulders, and is pulling me roughly to my feet. I'm taking her home. Are you, now? Gordon asks him, eyebrows raised. Interesting timing. You like the savor of a little humiliation? Yes, not too much? I hate it when you get like this, Locke says under his breath. Gordon pulls a pin from his coat, a glittering filigree thing in the shape of an acorn with an oak leaf behind it. For a delirious moment, I think he's going to give it to Locke in exchange for leaving me there. That seems impossible, even to my wild mind. Then Gordon takes hold of my hand, which seems even less possible. His fingers are over warm against my skin. He stabs the point of his pin into my thumb. Ow! I say, pulling away from him and putting the injured digit into my mouth. My own blood is metallic against my tongue. Have a nice walk home, he tells me. Locke guides me away, stopping to grab up someone's blanket, which he wraps around my shoulders. Fairies are staring at us as we pass out of the grove. Me stumbling, him holding me up. The few teachers I see do not meet my gaze. I check on my injured thumb, feeling odd. My head is still swimming, but not like it was. Something's wrong. A moment later, I realize what. There's salt in my human blood. My stomach lurches. I look back at Gordon, who is laughing with Valerian and Nicasia, Moragnes on his arm. Another of our lecturers, a sign-wheel elf woman from an island to the east, is trying to begin her talk. I hate them. I hate them all so much. For a moment, there is only that, the heat of my fury turning my every thought to us. With shaking hands, I clutch the blanket more tightly around my shoulders and let Locke lead me into the woods. I owe you a debt, I greet out after we walk for a little while, for getting me out of there. Gives me an impressing look. I am struck all over again by how handsome he is, by the soft curls falling around his face. It's awful to be alone with him, knowing he's seen me in my underwear crawling around on the ground, but I am too angry for embarrassment. He shakes his head. You don't owe me anything, Jude, especially not today. How can you stand them? I ask, fury making me turn on Locke, even though he's the only one I am not mad at. They're horrible, they're monsters. He doesn't answer me. We walk along, and when I come to the patch of windfall apples, I kick one so hard it ricochets off the trunk of an elm tree. There is a pleasure in being with them, he says. Taking what we wish, indulging in every terrible thought. There's safety in being awful. Because at least they're not terrible to you, I ask. Again, he does not answer. When we get close to Maddox State, I stop. I should go along from here. I give him a smile that probably wavers a little bit. It's hard to keep it on my face. Wait, he says, taking a step toward me. I want to see you again. I groan, too exasperated for surprise. I'm standing here in a borrowed blanket, boots, and mold-bought underwear. I am smeared in soil, and I have just made a fool of myself. Why? He looks at me as though he sees something else entirely. There's an intensity in his gaze that makes me stand up a little straighter, despite the dirt. Because you're like a story that hasn't happened yet. Because I want to see what you will do. I want to be part of the unfolding of the tale. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not, but I guess I'll take it. He lifts my hand, the same one Gordon stepped with the pin, and kisses the very tips of my finger. Until tomorrow, he says, making a bow. And so, in that borrowed blanket, boots, and mold-bought underwear, I woke up by myself, heading for home. Tell me who did this, Maddox insists, over and over again, but I won't. He storms around, explaining in detail how he will find the fires responsible and destroy them. He will rip out their hearts. He will cut off their heads and mount them on the roof of our house as a warning to others. I know it's not me he's threatening, but it's still me he's yelling at. When I am scared, I can't forget that no matter how well he plays the role of father, he will always and forever also be my father's murderer. I don't say anything. I think about how Oriana was afraid that Tarin or I would misbehave at the court and cause Maddox embarrassment. Now I wonder if she was more worried about how he'd react if something did happen. Cutting off Valerian's and Nicasia's heads is bad politics. Hurting Cardons amounts to treason. I did it myself, I say finally, to make this stop. I saw the fruit, and it looked good, so I ate it. How could you be so foolish? Oriana says, whirling around. She doesn't look surprised. She looks as though I am confirming her worst suspicions. Dude, you know better. I wanted to have fun. It's supposed to be fun, I tell her, playing the disobedient daughter for all it's worth. And it was. It was like a beautiful dream. Be quiet, Maddox shouts, shocking us both into silence. Both of you. Quiet. I cringe involuntarily. Jude, stop trying to annoy Oriana, he says, giving me an exasperated look I am not sure he's ever given me before, but has turned it on Vivi plenty. He knows I'm lying. And, Oriana, don't be so gullible. When she realizes what he means, a small, delicate hand comes up to cover her mouth. When I find out whom you're protecting, he tells me, they will be sorry they ever drew Rerecorded. This is not helping, I say, leaning back in my chair. He kneels down in front of me and takes my hand in his rough, green fingers. He must be able to feel how I am trembling. He lets out a long sigh, probably discarding more threats. Then tell me what will help, Jude. Tell me, and I will do it. I wonder what would happen if I said the words. Nicasia humiliated me, Valerian tried to murder me, they did it to impress Prince Cardan, who hates me. I am scared of them. I am more scared of them than I am of you, and you terrify me. Make them stop, make them leave me alone. But I won't. Maddox's anger is fathomless. I have seen it in my mother's blood on the kitchen floor. Once summoned, it cannot be called back. What if he murdered Cardan? What if he killed them all? His answer to so many problems is bloodshed. If they were dead, their parents would demand satisfaction. The wrath of the High King would fall on him. I would be worse off than I am now, and Maddox would likely be dead. Teach me more, I say instead. More strategy, more blade work. Teach me everything you know. Prince Dane may want me for a spy, but that doesn't mean giving up on my sword. Maddox looks impressed, and Oriana annoyed. I can tell she thinks that I am manipulating him and that I am doing a good job of it. Very well, he says with a sigh. Tatterfell will bring you dinner. Unless you feel up to joining us at the dining table, we'll begin a more intensive training tomorrow. I lead upstairs, I say, and head to my room, still wrapped in someone else's blanket. On the way, I pass Tarin's closed door. Part of me wants to go in, fling myself on her bed, and weep. I want her to hold me and tell me that there wasn't anything I could have done differently. I want her to tell me that I am brave and that she loves me. But since I am sure that's not what she'd do, I pass her door by. My room has been tidied while I was gone. My bed made and my windows open to let in the night air. And there, on the foot of my bed, is a folded-up dress of homespun with the royal crest that servants of the princes and princesses wear. Sitting on the balcony is the owl-faced Huff. It prints a bit, ruffling its feathers. You, I say, you're one of his. Go to Hollow Hall tomorrow, sweetmeat, it chirps, cutting me off. Find us a secret the king won't like. Find treason. Hollow Hall, that's the home of Balakin, the eldest prince. I have my first assignment from the Court of Shadows. Chapter 12. I go to sleep early, and when I wake, it is full dark. My head hurts, maybe from sleeping too long, and my body aches. I must have slept with all my muscles tensed. The lectures of that day have already begun. It doesn't matter, I am not going. Dr. Fell has left me a tray with coffee on it, spiced with cinnamon and cloves and a little bit of pepper. I pour a cup. It's lukewarm, which means it has been there for a while. There's toast too, which softens up when I dunk it a few times. Then I wash my face, which is still sticky with pulp, and then the rest of me. I brush my hair roughly, and then I pull it into a bun by knotting it around a twig. I refuse to think about what happened the day before. I refuse to think about anything but today and my mission for Prince Dane. Go to Hollowhold, find a secret the king would like, find treason. So Dane wants me to help ensure that Balakin isn't chosen to be the next High King. Eldred can't choose any of his children for the throne, but he favors the three eldest, Balakin, Dane, and Delawin, and Dane above the others. I wonder if his spies help keep it that way. If I can be good at this, then Dane will give me power when he ascends the throne. And after yesterday, I crave it. I crave it like I crave the taste of fairy fruit. I put on the servant's dress without any of my mole-acquired underclothes to make sure I am as authentic as possible. For shoes, I dig out a pair of old leather slippers from the back of my closet. They have a hole through the toe that I tried to fix nearly a year ago, but my sewing skills are poor, and I wound up just making them ugly. They fit, though, and all my other shoes are too beautifully made. We do not have human servants at Mallock State, but I have seen them in other parts of Fairy. Human midwives to deliver babies from human consorts, human artisans cursed or blessed with tempting skill, human wet nurses to suckle sickly fiery infants, little human changelings raised in Fairy, but not educated with the gentry as we are. Cheerful magic seekers who don't mind a little drudgery in exchange for some wish of their heart. When our paths cross, I try to talk to them. Sometimes they want to, and sometimes they don't. Most non-artisans have been at least slightly glamoured to smooth out their memories. They think they're in a hospital or at a rich person's house, and when they return home, and Madoc has assured me that they're paid well and even given gifts, such as good luck or shiny hair or a knack for guessing the right lotto numbers. But I know there are also humans who make bad bargains, or offend the wrong fairy, and who are not treated so well. Darin and I hear things, even if no one means for us to. Stories of humans sleeping on stone floors and eating refuse, believing themselves to be resting on feather beds and supping on delicacies. Humans dragged out of their minds on fiery fruit. Balakin servants are rumored to be the later, ill-favored and worse treated. I shudder at the thought of it, and yet I can see why a mortal would make a useful spy, beyond the ability to lie. A mortal can pass into low places and hike without much notice. Holding a herb, we're bards. In homespun, we're servants. In gowns, we're wives with squalling goblin children. I guess being beneath notice has advantages. Next, I pack a leather bag with a safety and a knife, throw a thick velvet cloak over my dress, and descend the stairs. The coffee churns in my gut. I am almost to the door when I see Vivi seated on the tapestry-covered window set. "You're up," she says, standing. "Good. Do you want to shoot things? I've got arrows." "Maybe later." I keep my cloak clutched tightly around me and try to move past her, keeping a bluntly happy expression on my face. It doesn't work. Her arm shoots out to block me. "Darin told me what you said to the prince at the tournament," she says. "And Oriana told me how you came home last night. I can guess the rest." "I don't need another lecture," I say to her. "This mission from Dane is the only thing keeping me from being haunted by what happened the day before. I don't want to lose focus. I'm afraid that if I do, I will lose my composure too." "Darin feels awful," Vivi says. "Yeah," I say. "Sometimes it sucks to be right." "Stop it," she grabs for my arm, looking at me with her split pupilled eyes. "You can talk to me. You can trust me. What's going on?" "Nothing," I say. "I made a mistake. I got angry. I wanted to prove something. It was stupid." Was it because of what I said? Her fingers are gripping my arm hurt. The folk are going to keep treating you like crap. Vivi, there's no way my deciding to mess up my life is your fault, I tell her. But I will make them regret crossing me. Wait, what do you mean? Vivi asks. I don't know, I say, pulling free. I head towards the door, and this time she doesn't stop me. Once I'm out, I rush across the lawn to the stables. I know I am not being fair to Vivi, who hasn't done anything. She has wanted to help. Maybe I don't know how to be a good sister anymore. At the stables, I have to stop and lean against the wall while I take deep breaths. For more than half my life, I've been fighting down panic. Maybe it's not the best thing for a constant rattle of nerves to seem normal, even necessary, but at this point, I wouldn't know how to live without it. The most important thing is to impress Prince Dane. I can't let Gordon and his friends take that from me. To get to Hollow Hall, I decide to take one of the toads, since only the gentry ride silver-shod horses. Although a servant would probably not have a mount of any kind, at least the toad is less conspicuous. Only in Fairyland is a giant toad the less conspicuous choice. I saddle and bridle a spotted one and lead her out onto the grass. Her long tongue lashes one of her golden eyes, making me take an involuntary step back. I hook my foot in the stirrup and swing up onto the seat. With one hand, I pull on the reins, and with the other, I pat the soft, cool skin of her back. The spotted toad launches us into the air, and I hang on. Hollow Hall is a stone manor with a tall, crooked tower, the whole thing half covered in vines and ivy. There's a balcony on the second floor that seems to have a rail of thick rods in place of iron. A curtain of thinner tendrils hangs down from it, like a scraggly bird clothed with dirt. There is something misshapen about the estate that ought to make it charming, but instead makes it ominous. I tie up the toad, stuff my cloak into her saddlebags, and stare toward the side of the manor, where I believe I will find a servant's door. On the way, I stop to pick mushrooms, so it will seem as though I had a reason for being out in the woods. As I get close, my heart speeds anew. Malicking won't hurt me, I tell myself. Even if I'm caught, he'll simply turn me over to Madoc. Nothing bad is going to happen. I'm not entirely sure that's true, that I managed to persuade myself enough to approach the servants' entrance and slip inside. A hallway goes to the kitchens, where I deposit the mushrooms on a table beside a brace of bloody rabbits, a pigeon pie, a bucket of garlic scapes and rosemary, a few cloudy skinned plums, and dozens of bottles of wine. A troll stirs a large pot alongside a winged pixie, and cutting up vegetables are two sunken-cheeked humans, a boy and a girl, both of them with small, stupid smiles on their faces and glazed-over looks in their eyes. They don't even look down as they chop, and I am surprised they don't cut off their own fingers by accident. Worse, if they did, I am not sure they'd notice. I think of how I felt yesterday, and the echo of fiery fruit comes unbidden into my mouth. I feel my gorge rise, and I hurry past down the hall. I am stopped by a pale-eyed fiery guard who grabs my arm. I look up at him, hoping I can school my expression to be as blank and pleasant and dreamy as that of the mortals in the kitchens. I haven't seen you before, he tells me, making it an accusation. You're lovely, I say, trying to sound odd and a little confused. Pretty eye mirrors. He makes a disgusted sound, which I guess means I am doing a good enough job of pretending to be an ensorcelled human servant, although I feel I went weird and over the top in my nervousness. I am not as good as improvising as I had hoped I would be. Are you new? He asks, saying the words slowly. New? I echo, trying to figure out what someone brought here might think about the experience. I cannot stop remembering the sickly sweet taste of fiery fruit on my tongue, but instead of getting me deeper into character, I just want to throw up. Before I was somewhere else, I blurt out, but now I have to clean the great hall with polish until every inch of it shines. Well, I guess you best then, he says, letting me go. I try to control the shudder building up under my skin. I don't flatter myself that my acting convinced him. He was convinced because I'm human, and she expects humans to be servants. Again, I can see why Prince Dane thought I would be useful. After the guard, it is fairly easy to move around Hollow Hall. There are dozens of humans drifting through the shores, lost in sickly dreams. They sing little songs to themselves and whisper words out loud, but it's obviously just the snatches of a conversation happening in their dreams. Their eyes are shadowed, their mouths chopped. No wonder the guard thought I was new. Besides the servants, however, are the fae, guests of some fete that seems to have ebbed rather than ended. They sleep in various stages of undress, draped over couches and entwined on the floors of the parlors as I pass through. Their mouths stained gold with nevermore, and glittering golden powder so concentrated that it stupefies fairies and gives mortals the ability to glamour one another. Goblets lie on their side, mead pooling to run over the uneven floor like tributaries into great honey wine lakes. Some of the folk are so still I worry that they have debauched themselves into death. "Excuse me," I say to a girl about my age carrying a tin bucket. She passes me without even seeming to notice I have spoken. With no idea what else to do, I decide to follow. We pad up a wide stone staircase without rails. Three more of the folk lie in a dissipated stupor beside a thimble-sized bottle of spirits. Above, from the other end of the hall, I hear an odd cry, like someone in pain. Something heavy hits the ground. Rattled, I try to school my face back to dreamy nonchalance, but it isn't easy. My heart beats like a trapped bird. The girl opens a door to a bedroom suite, and I slip in behind her. The walls are stone and hang with no paintings or tapestries. A massive half-tester bed takes up most of the space in the first room. The headboard panel carved with various animals with women's heads and bare breasts, owls and snakes and foxes, doing some kind of weird dance. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, since Balakin heads the profligate circle of Chronicles. The books piled up on the wooden desk are ones I recognize, the same books Taryn and I study for our classes. These are spread out, with a few pieces of paper scattered over the wood between them, beside an open inkpot. One of the books has careful notations along one side, while the other is covered in blots. A broken pen, snapped in half deliberately, or at least I can think of a way it could have happened that's not deliberate, is lying in the hinge of the ink-stained book. Nothing that looks treasonous. Prince Dane gifted me the uniform, knowing I could walk in as I had done. He was counting on my ability to lie for the rest, but now that I am inside, I hope there is something in Hollow Hall to find. Which means that no matter how frightened I am, I must pay attention. Along the wall are more books, some of them familiar from Maddox's library. I pause in front of a shelf, frowning, and kneel down. Stuffed into a corner is a copy of a book I know but didn't expect to see here in this place. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and Through the Looking Glass, bound together in one volume. Mom read to us from one a lot like that back in the mortal world. Opening the book, I see the familiar illustrations and then the words, "But I don't want to go among my people," Alice remarked. "Oh, you can't help that," said the cat. "We're all mad here. Hey, Matt, you're mad." "How do you know I'm mad?" said Alice. "You must be," said the cat, "or you wouldn't have come here." A bubble of scary laughter threatens to rise up my throat, and I have to bite my cheek to keep it from coming. The human girl is kneeling in front of a huge fireplace, sweeping up ash from the grate. The andirons, shaped like enormous curling serpents, flank her, their glass eyes ready to glow with lit flames. Although it's ridiculous, I can't bear to put the book back. It is in one bivy packed, and I haven't seen it since my mother read it at bedtime. I stuff it down the front of my dress. Then I go to the wardrobe and open it, seeking some clue, some valuable piece of information. But as soon as I look inside, a wild panic starts in my chest. I am instantly sure whose room I am in. Those are Prince Gurdon's extravagant doublets and breeches. Prince Gurdon's gaudy, fur-edged caplets and spider silk shirts. Then, sweeping up us in the fireplace, the servant girl stacks new wood into a pyramid with aromatic pine for kindling resting on top. I want to push by her and run from Hollow Hall. I had assumed that Gordon lived in the palace with his father, the High King. It didn't occur to me that he might live with one of his brothers. I remember Dane, Balikin drinking together at the last court revel. I hoped desperately that this wasn't arranged to humiliate me further, to give Cardan another excuse, or worse, opportunity, to punish me more. I will not believe it. Prince Dane, about to be crowned the High King, does not have time to indulge in the petty sport of pretending to take me into his service just because a co-younger brother wishes it. He would not set a yes on me or bargain with me just for that. I must continue to believe it, because the alternative is too awful. All this means is that besides Prince Balakin, I must avoid Prince Cardan on my way through the house. Either of them might recognize me if they glimpsed my face. I must make sure they do not glimpse it. Probably they will not look too closely. No one looks too closely at human servants. Realizing I am not so different, I force myself to notice the pattern of moles on the human girl's skin and the split ends of her blonde hair and the roughness of her knees. I watch how she sways a little as she pushes to her feet. Her body is clearly exhausted, even if her brain doesn't know it. If I see her again, I want to know I would recognize her, but it does no good, and does no spell. She continues her task, smiling, the same awful, contented smile. When she leaves the room, I head in the opposite direction. I must find Balakin's private rooms, find his secrets, and then get out. I open doors carefully, peering inside. I discover 2 bedrooms, both under a thick layer of dust, one with a figure lying under a cobwebby shroud on the bed. I pause for a moment, trying to decide if it's a statue, or a corpse, or even some kind of living thing. Then I realize this has nothing to do with my mission and back out quickly. I open another door to find several fairies twinned together on a bed, asleep. One of them blinks drowsily at me, and I catch my breath, but he just slams back down. The 7th room enters into a hallway with stairs spiraling up and up into what must be the tower. I take them quickly, my heart racing, my leather shoes soft on the stone. The circular room I come to is panelled in bookshelves, filled with manuscripts, scrolls, golden daggers, thin glass vials with jewel-colored liquids inside, and the skull of some deer-like creature with massive antlers supporting thin taper candles. 2 large chairs rest near the only window. There's a huge table dominating the middle of the room, and on it are maps weighed down on the corners by chunks of glass and metal objects. Beneath them is correspondence. I shuffle through the papers until I come to this letter. I know the provenance of the blaster mushroom that you ask after, but what you do with it must not be tied to me. After this, I consider my deathbed. Let my name be stricken from your lips. Although the letter is unsigned, the writing is in an elegant, feminine hand. It seems important. Could it be the proof Dane is looking for? Might it be useful enough to please him? And yet, I cannot possibly take it. If it were to go missing, then Balakin would know for certain that someone had been here. I find a sheet of blank paper and press it over the note. As quickly as I can, I trace the letter, trying to capture the precise hand in which it was written. I am almost done when I hear a sound. People are coming up the stairs. I panic. There's nowhere to hide. There's practically nothing even in the room. It's mostly open space, excepting the shelves. I fold up the note, knowing it's unfinished, knowing the fresh ink will smear. As quickly as I can, I scuttle underneath one of the large leather chairs, folding myself into a tight ball. I wish I'd left the stupid book where I found it, because one sharp corner of the cover is digging into my underarm. I wonder what I was thinking, believing myself clever enough to be a spy in fairyland. I squeeze my eyes shut, as though somehow not seeing whoever is coming into the room will keep them from seeing me. I hope you've been practicing, Balakin says. My eyes open into slits. Cardan is standing beside the bookshelves, a blunt-faced male servant holding a guard sword with gold engraving along the hilt and metal wings making the shape of the guard. I have to bite my tongue to keep from making some sound. Must we? Cardan asks. He sounds bored. Show me what you've learned. Balakin lifts a single staff from a vessel beside his desk that holds an assortment of staves and canes. All you have to do is get a single hit in. Just one, little brother. Cardan just stands there. Pick up the sword. Balakin's patience is worn thin already. With a long suffering sigh, Cardan lifts the blade. His stance is terrible. I can see why Balakin is annoyed. Surely Cardan must have been given fighting tutors since he was old enough to hold a stick in his hands. I was taught from the time I got to Fiery, so he'd have had years on me. And the first thing I learned was where to put my feet. Balakin raises his staff. Now, attack. For a long moment, they stand still, regarding each other. Cardan swings his sword in a desultory manner, and Balakin brings down his staff hard, smacking him in the side of the head. I whines at the sound of the wood against his skull. Cardan staggers forward, baring his teeth. His cheek and one of his ears is red, all the way to the point. "This is ridiculous," Cardan says, spitting on the floor. "Why must we play this silly game? Or do you like this part? Is this what makes it fun for you?" "Swordplay isn't a game." Balakin swings again. Cardan tries to jump back, but the staff catches the edge of his thigh. Cardan winces, bringing up his sword defensively. "Then why call it swordplay?" Balakin's face darkens, and his grip on the staff tightens. This time, he jabs Cardan in the stomach, striking suddenly and with enough force for Cardan to sprawl on the stone floor. "I have tried to improve you, but you insist on wasting your talents on ruffles, on being drunk under the moonlight, on your thoughtless rivalries, and your pathetic romances." Cardan pushes himself to his feet and rushes at his brother, swinging his sword wildly. He wields it like a club. The sheer frenzy of the attack makes Balakin fall back a step. Cardan's technique finally shows. He becomes more deliberate, attacking from new angles. He's never shown much interest in swordsmanship at school, and although he knows the basics, I am not sure he practices. Balakin disarms him ruthlessly and efficiently. Cardan's sword flies from his hand, clattering across the floor toward me. I scuttle back deeper into the shadows of the chair. For a moment, I think that I am going to be caught, but the servant is the one to pick up the blade, and his gaze does not waver. Balakin cracks his staff against the back of Cardan's legs, sending him to the ground. I am delighted. There is a part of me that wishes I were the one wielding that staff. "Don't bother to rise." Balakin unbuckles his belt and hands it over to the servant. The human man wraps it twice around his palm. "You have failed the test. Again." Cardan doesn't speak. His eyes are glittering with a familiar rage, but for once it isn't directed at me. He's on his knees, but he doesn't appear in any way cowed. "Tell me," Balakin's voice has gone silky, and he paces around his younger brother, "when will you cease being a disappointment?" "Maybe when you stop pretending that you don't do this for your own pleasure," Cardan answers. "If you want to hurt me, it would save us both a lot of time if you got right down to Father was old and he seemed weak when he sighted you. That's why you're weak." Balakin puts one hand on his brother's neck. It looks affectionate, until I see Cardan's flinch, the shifting of his balance. That's when I realize Balakin is pressing down hard, pinning Cardan in place on the floor. "Now, take off your shirt and receive your punishment." Cardan begins to strip off his shirt, showing an expanse of moon-pale skin and a back with a delicate tracery of faded scars. My stomach lurches. They're going to beat him. I should be glorying in seeing Cardan like this. I should be glad that his life sucks, maybe worse than mine, even though he's a prince of fiery and a horrible jerk and probably going to live forever. If someone had told me that I'd get an opportunity to see this, I would have thought the only thing I'd have to stifle was applause. But watching, I cannot help observing that beneath his defiance is fear. I know what it is to say the clever thing, because you don't want anyone to know how scared you are. It doesn't make me like him any better, but for the first time, he seems real. Not good, but real. Balakin nods. The servant strikes twice, the slap of the leather echoing loudly in the still air of the room. "I don't order this because I'm angry with you, brother," Balakin tells Cardan, causing me to shudder. "I do it because I love you. I do it because I love our family." When the servant lifts his arm to strike a third time, Cardan lunges for his blade, resting on Balakin's desk where the servant put it. For a moment, I think Cardan is going to run the human man straight through. The servant does not cry out or lift his hands to protect himself. Maybe he's too sorceful for that. Maybe Cardan could stab him right through the heart, and he wouldn't do a single thing to defend himself. I am weak with horror. Go ahead, Balekin says, bored. He makes a back gesture toward the servant. Kill him. Show me you don't mind making a mess. Show me that at least you know how to land a killing blow on such a pathetic target as this. I am no murderer, says Cardan, surprising me. I would not have thought that was something to be proud of. In 2 strides, Balekin is in front of his brother. They look so alike, standing close. Same inky hair, matching sneers, devouring eyes. But Balekin shows his decades of experience, wrenching the sword from Cardan's hands and knocking him to the ground with the crossbar. Then take your punishment like the pathetic creature that you are. Balekin nods to the servant, who rises from somnolence. I watch every blow, every flinch. I have little choice. I can shut my eyes, but the sounds are just as terrible. And worst of all is Cardan's empty face, his eyes as dull as lead. Truly, he has come by his cruelty honestly in Balekin's care. He has been raised up in it, instructed in its nuances, honed through its application. However horrible Cardan may be, I now see what he might become, and I am truly afraid. Chapter 15. Disturbingly, it is even easier to gain entrance to the Palace of Elham in my servant's gown than it was to enter Balekin's household. Everyone, from Goblin to the Gentry to the High King's mortal guard poet and seneschal, barely gives me a passing look as I find my clumsy way through the labyrinthine halls. I am nothing, no one, a messenger no more worthy of attention than an animated twig woman or an owl. My pleasant, placid expression, combined with forward momentum, gets me to Prince Dane's chambers without so much as a second look, even though I lose my way twice and have to retrace my steps. I rap on his door, and I'm relieved when the prince himself opens it. He raises both brows, taking in the sight of me in the homespun dress. I make a formal curtsy, as any servant might. I do not alter my expression, for fear of his not being alone. Yes, he asks. I am here with a message for you, your highness, I say, hoping that sounds right. I beg for a moment of your time. You're a natural, he tells me, grinning. Come inside. It's a relief to relax my face. I drop the inane smile as I follow him into his parlor. Furnished in elaborate velvets, silks, and brocades, it's a riot of scarlet and deep blues and greens, everything rich and dark, like overwrapped fruit. The patterns on the material are the sort of things I have become accustomed to. Intricate braids of briars, leaves that might also be spiders when you looked at them from another angle, and a depiction of a hand where it isn't clear which of the creatures is hunting the other. I sigh, and sit down in the chair he's pointing me toward, fumbling in my pocket. Here, I say, drawing out the folded up note and smoothing it up against the top of a cunning little table with curved bird feet for legs. He came in while I was copying it, so it's kind of a mess. I had left the stolen book with the toad. The last thing I want Prince Dane to know is that I took something for myself. Dane squints to see the shapes of the letters past my smudges. And he didn't see you? He was distracted, I say truthfully. I hid. He nods and rings a small bell, probably to summon a servant. I will be glad of anyone not ensorcelled. Good, and did you enjoy it? I am not sure what to make of that question. I was frightened pretty much the whole time. How is that enjoyable? But the longer I think about it, the more I realize that I did sort of enjoy it. Most of my life is dreadful anticipation, awaiting for the other shoe to drop. At home, in classes, with the court. Being afraid I would be caught spying was an entirely new sensation, one where I felt, at least, as though I knew exactly what to be scared of. I knew what it would take to win. Sneaking through Balekin's house had been less frightening than some revels, at least until I'd watched Cardan get bitten. Then it felt something I don't want to examine too closely. I like doing a good job, I say, finally finding an honest answer. That makes Dane nod. He's about to tell me something else when another fiery enters the room. A male goblin, scarred, his skin the green of bones, his nose is long and twists fully around, before bending back toward his face like a scythe. His hair is a black tuft at the very crown of his head. His eyes are unreadable. He blinks several times, as though trying to focus on me. "They call me the Roach," he says, his voice melodious, completely at odds with his face. He bows and then cocks the side of his head toward Dane. "At his service, I guess we both are. You're the new girl, right?" I nod. "Am I supposed to tell you my name, or I am supposed to come up with something clever?" The Roach grins, which twists his whole face up even more hideously. "I am supposed to take you to meet the drop, and don't worry about what we're going to call you. We decide that for ourselves. You think anyone in their right mind would want to be called the Roach?" "Great," I say, and Scythe. He gives me a long look. "Yeah, I can see how that's a real talent, not having to say what you mean." He's dressed in an imitation of a car doublet, except his doublet is made from scraps of leather. I wonder what Maddox would say if he knew where I was and with whom. I do not think he would be pleased. I don't think he'd be pleased by anything I did today. Soldiers have a peculiar kind of honor, even those who dip their caps in the blood of their enemies. Sneaking around houses and stealing papers is not at all in line with it. Even though Maddox has spies of his own, I don't think he'd like my being one. "So, he's been blackmailing Queen Orlaf," Dane says, and the Roach and I look over at him. Prince Dane is frowning over the letter, and suddenly I understand. He recognizes my copy of the handwriting. Nicasia's mother, Queen Orlaf, must be the woman who obtained poison for Balakin. She wrote that she was repaying a debt, although knowing Nicasia, I would guess a little nastiness wouldn't give her mother much pause. But the Queen of the Underseas Kingdom is vast and mighty. It is hard to imagine what Balakin could have over her. Dane hands my letter to the Roach. "So do you still believe he will use it before the coronation?" The goblin's nose quivers. "That's the smart move. Once the crown is on your head, nothing's going to get it off." Until that moment, I hadn't been sure whom the poison was for. I open my mouth and then bite the side of my cheek to stop myself from saying something foolish. Of course it must be for Prince Dane. Whom else would Balakin need some special poison to kill? If he were going to put regular people to death, he'd probably use some kind of cheap, regular person poison. Dane seems to notice my surprise. "We have never gotten along, my brother and I. He has always been too ambitious for that, and yet I had hoped—" He waves his hand around, dismissing whatever he was about to say. "Poison may be a coward's weapon, but it is an effective one." "What about Princess Elwyn?" I ask, and then wish I could take back the question. "Poison for her, too, probably. Queen Orlaf must have a court law of it." This time, Dane doesn't answer me. "Maybe Balakin plans on marrying her," the Roach says, surprising us both. At our expressions, he shrugs. "What? If he makes things too obvious, he's going to be the next one to get a knife in the back. And he wouldn't be the first member of the Gentry to wed a sister." "If he marries her," Dan says, laughing for the first time in this conversation, "he'll get a knife in the front." I had always thought of Elwyn as the gentle sister. Again, I am aware of how little I really know about the world I am trying to navigate. "Come," says the Roach, waving me to my feet. "It's time you meet the others." I cast a plaintive look in Dane's direction. I don't want to go with the Roach, whom I have just met and whom I am not at all sure I trust. Even I, who have grown up in the house of a redcap, fear goblins. "Before you go," Dane walks over until he's standing directly in front of me. "I promise that none might compel you, save for me. I am afraid I am going to have to use that power. You, Duarte, I forbid you from speaking aloud about your service to me. I forbid you from putting it into writing or into song. You will never tell anyone of the roads. You will never tell anyone of any of my spies. You will never reveal their secrets, their meeting places, their safe houses. So long as I live, you will obey this. I am wearing my necklace of rowan berries, but they are no protection against the magic of the yeast. This is no regular glamour, no simple sorcery. The weight of the yeast slams down on me, and I know that if I try to speak, my mouth wouldn't be able to form those forbidden words. I hate it. It's an awful, out-of-control feeling. It makes me scramble around in my head, trying to imagine my way around his commandment, but I cannot. I think of my first ride to Fiery, and the sound of Thorin and Vivi wailing. I think of Maddox's grim expression, jaw locked, doubtlessly unused to children, no less human ones. His ears must have been ringing. He must have wanted to us to shut up. It's hard to think anything good about Madoc in that moment, with our parents' heart's blood on his hands. But I will say this for him. He never enchanted away our grief or took our voices. He never did any of the things that might have made the trip easier for him. I try to convince myself that Prince Dane is only doing the smart thing, the necessary thing, in binding me, but it makes my skin crawl. For a moment, I am unsure of my decision to serve him. Oh, Dane says as I am about to leave. One more thing. Do you know what Mithridatism is? I shake my head. Not sure I am interested in anything he has to say right now. Look into it, he smiles. That's not a command, only a suggestion. I follow the roads through the palace, keeping back from him a few steps so it doesn't seem like we're together. We pass a General Madoc nose, and I make sure to keep my head bowed. I don't think he would look closely enough to recognize me, but I cannot be sure. Where are we going? I whisper after several minutes of walking through the halls. Just a little farther, he says gruffly, opening a cupboard and climbing inside. His eyes reflect orange, like a bear's. Well, come on, get in and close the door. I can't see in the dark, I remind him, because that is one of the many things the folk never remember about us. He grunts. I get in, folding myself up tightly so that no part of me touches him, and then I close the cabinet door behind me. I hear the slide of wood and feel the rush of cold damper. The scent of whetstones fills the space. His hand on my arm is careful, but I can feel his claws. I let him pull me forward, allow him to press my head so I know when to duck. When I straighten out, I am on a narrow platform above what appears to be the palace's wine cellars. My eyes are still adjusting, but from what I can see, there is a network of passageways swarming below the palace. I wonder how many people know about them. I smile at the thought of having a secret about this place. Me, of all people. I wonder if Madoc knows. I bet Curdon doesn't. I grin, wider than before. Enough gulping, the roach asks. I can wait. Are you ready to tell me anything? I ask him. Like where we're going or what's going to happen when we get there? Figure it out, he says, the growl in his voice. Go on. You said we were going to meet the others, I tell him, starting with what I know, trying to keep up and avoid stumbling on the uneven ground. And Prince Dane made me promise not to reveal any hidden location, so obviously we're going to your lair. But that doesn't tell me what we're going to do when we get there. Maybe we're going to show you secret handshakes, the road says. He's doing something I can't quite see, but a moment later, I hear a click, as though a lock was tripped or a trap disarmed. A gentle shove against the small of my back, and I am heading down a new, even more dimly lit tunnel. I know when we come to a door because I walk straight into it, much to the road's amusement. You really can't see, he says. I rub my forehead. I told you I couldn't. Yes, but you're the liar, he reminds me. I'm not supposed to believe anything you say. Why would I lie about something like that? I demand, still annoyed. He lets the question hang in the air. The answer is obvious, so I could retrace my steps, so he might accidentally show me something he wouldn't show someone else, so that he would be incautious. I really need to stop asking stupid questions, and maybe he really needs to be less paranoid, since Dane put a yes on me, so I can tell anyone no matter what. The roach opens the door, and light floods the hallway, causing me to throw my arm up in front of my face. Blinking, I look into the secret lair of Prince Dane's spies. It's packed earth on all four sides, with walls that curve inward and a rounded ceiling. A large table dominates the room, and sitting at it are two fairies I've never met, both of them gazing at me happily. Welcome, says the roach, to the Court of Shadows. Chapter 14. The two other members of Dane's spy troop also have coded names. There's the lean, handsome fairy that looks at least part human, who winks and tells me to call him the Ghost. He has sandy-colored hair, which is normal for a mortal but is unusual for a fairy, and ears that come to very subtle points. The other is a tiny, delicate girl, her skin the dappled brown of a doe, her hair a cloud of white around her head, and a miniature pair of blue-gray butterfly wings on her back. She's got at least some pixie in her, if not some imp. I recognize her now from the High King's full moon reveal. She's the one who stole a belt from an ogre, weapons and pouches attached. I'm the bomb, she says. I like blowing things up. I nod. It's the kind of blunt thing I don't expect fairies to say. But I am used to being around court fairies with their barbaric etiquette. I am not used to the solitary fae. I am at a loss as to how to speak with them. So, is it just the three of you? For now, says the roach. We make sure Prince Dane stays alive and well informed about the doings of the guard. We steal, sneak, and deceive to secure his coronation. And when he is king, we will steal, sneak, and deceive to make sure he stays on the throne. I nod. After seeing what Balakin is like, I want Dane on the throne more than ever. Madoc will be by his side, and if I can make myself useful enough, maybe they'll get the rest of the gentry off my back. You can do two things the rest of us can't, the road says. 1. You can blend in with the human servants. 2. You can move among the gentry. We're going to teach you some other tricks. So until you get another mission directly from the prince, your job is what I say it is. I nod. I expected something like that. I can't always get away. I skipped classes today, but I can't do that all the time or someone will notice and ask where I've been. And Madoc expects me to have dinner with him and Oriana and the rest of the family around midnight. The Rhodes looks over at the ghost and shrugs. This is always the problem with infiltrating the guard. Lots of etiquette taking up time. When can you get away? I could sneak out after I'm supposed to be in bed, I tell them. Good enough, the Rose says. One of us will meet you near the house and either train you or give you assignments. You need not always come here to the nest. The ghost nods, as though my problems are reasonable, part of the job, but I feel childish. They're a child's problem. So let's initiate her, the bomb says, walking up to me. I catch my breath. Whatever happens next, I can endure it. I have endured more than they can guess. But the bomb only starts laughing, and the roach gives her a playful shove. The ghost gives me a sympathetic look and shakes his head. His eyes, I notice, are a sifting hazel. If Prince Dane says you are part of the Guard of Shadows, then you are. Try not to be too much of a disappointment, and we'll have your back. I let out my breath. I'm not sure that I wouldn't have preferred some ordeal, some way to prove myself. The bomb makes a face. You'll know you're really one of us when you get your name. Don't expect it anytime soon. The ghost goes over to a cabinet and takes out a half-empty bottle of a pale greenish liquid and a stack of polished corn caps. He pours out 4 shots. Have a drink, and don't worry, he tells me. It won't befuddle you any more than any other drink. I say in my head, thinking of the way I felt after having the golden apple mashed into my face. Never do I want to feel out of control like that again. I'll pass. The roach knocks back his drink and makes a face, as though the liquor is scorching his throat. Sweet yourself, he manages to choke out before he starts to cough. The ghost barely winces at the content of his acorn. The bomb is taking tiny sips of hers. From her expression, I am extra glad I passed on it. Balakin's going to be a problem, the roach says, explaining what I found. The bomb puts down her acorn. I mislike everything about this. If he was going to go to Eldred, he would have done it already. I had not considered that he might poison his father. The ghost stretches his lanky body as he gets up. It's getting late. I should take the girl home. Good, I remind him. He grins. I know a shortcut. We go back into the tunnels, and following him is a challenge because, as his name suggests, he moves almost completely silently. Several times, I think he's left me alone in the tunnels, but just when I am about to stop walking, I hear the faintest exhalation of breath or shuffle of dirt and persuade myself to go on. After what feels like an agonizingly long time, a doorway opens. The ghost is standing in it, and beyond him is the High King's wine cellar. He makes a small bow. This is your shortcut? I ask. He winks. If a few bottles happen to fall into my satchel as we pass through, that's hardly my fault, is it? I force out a laugh. The sound creaky and falls in my ears. I'm not used to one of the folk including me in their jokes, at least not outside my family. I like to believe that I am doing okay here in Fairy. I like to believe that even though I was dragged and nearly murdered at school yesterday, I am able to put that behind me today. I'm fine. But if I can't laugh, maybe I'm not so fine after all. I changed into the blue shift I packed in the woods outside Maddox's grounds. Despite being so tired that my joints hurt, I wonder if the folk are ever tired like that, if they are ever ache after a long evening. The toad seems exhausted too, although maybe she's just full. As far as I can tell, most of what she did today was snap her tongue at passing butterflies and a mouse or two. It's full deep dark when I get back to the estate. The trees are lit with tiny sprites, and I see a laughing oak racing through them, pursued by Vivian Darin and, oh hell, look, it's disorienting to see him here, impossibly out of context. Has he come because of me? With a shriek, Oak dashes over, clambering up the saddlebags and onto my lap. "Chase me!" he yells, out of breath, full of the wriggling ecstasy of childhood. Even fairies are young ones. Impulsively, I hug him to my chest. He's warm and smells of grass and deep woods. He lets me do it for a moment, small arms twining around my neck, small horned head butting against my chest. Then, laughing, he slides down and away, throwing a piteous glance back to see if I follow. Growing up here, in fairy, will he learn to score mortals? When I am old and he is still young, will he score me too? Will he become cruel like Cardan? Will he become brutal like Madoc? I have no way of knowing. I step off the toad, foot in the stirrup, and as I swing my body down, I pat just above her nose, and her golden eyes drift sad. In fact, she seems a little like she might be asleep until I yank on the reins, leading her back toward the stables. "Hello," Locke says, jogging up to me. "Now, where might you have gone off to?" "None of your business," I tell him, but I soften the words with a smile. I can't help it. "Ah, a lady of mystery, my very favorite kind." He's wearing a green doublet, with slits to show his silk shirt underneath. His fox eyes are alight. He looks like a fiery lover stepped out of a ballad, the kind where no good comes to the girl who runs away with him. "I hope you'll consider returning to classes tomorrow," he says. Vivi continues to chase Oak, but Tarin has stopped near a large elm tree. She watches me with the same expression she had on the tournament field, as though if she concentrates hard enough, she can will me into not offending Locke. "You mean so your friends know they haven't chased me off?" I say. "Does it matter?" He looks at me oddly. "You're playing the great game of kings and princes, of queens and crowns, aren't you? Of course it matters. Everything matters." I am not sure how to interpret his words. I didn't think I was playing that kind of game at all. I thought I was playing the game of pissing off people who hated me already and eating the consequences. "Come back. You and Tarin both should return. I told her so." I turn my head, looking for my twin in the yard, but she is no longer by the elm. Vivi and Oak are disappearing over a hill. Perhaps she has gone with them. We get to the stables, and I return the toad to her pen. I fill her water station from a barrel in the center of the room, and a fine mist appears raining down on her soft skin. The horses snicker and stamp as we leave. Locke watches this all in silence. "May I ask you something else?" Locke says, glancing in the direction of the manor. I nod. "Why haven't you told your father what's been happening?" Maddox's stables are impressive. Maybe standing in them, Locke was reminded of just how much power and influence the general has. But that doesn't mean I am the inheritor of that power. Maybe Locke should also remember that I am merely one of the by-blood children of Maddox's human wife. Without Maddox and his honor, no one would care about me. "You mean so he can go stomping into our classes with a broadsword, killing everyone in sight?" I ask, instead of correcting Locke about my station in life. Locke's eyes widen. I guess that wasn't what he meant. "I thought that your father would pull you out, and that if you didn't tell him, it was because you wanted to stay." I give a short laugh. "That's not what he'd do at all. Maddox is not a fan of surrender." In the cool dark of the stables, with the snorting of fiery horses all around us, he takes my hands. "Nothing there would be the same without you. Since I never intended to quit, it's nice to have someone making all this effort to get me to do something I would have done anyway. And the way he's looking at me, the intensity of it, is so nice that I am embarrassed. No one has ever looked at me this way. I can feel the heat of my cheeks and wonder if the shadows help cover it up at all. Right then, I feel as though he sees everything, every hope of my heart, every stray thought I've had before falling into an exhausted sleep each dawn. He brings one of my hands up to his mouth and presses his lips against my palm. My whole body tenses. I am suddenly too warm, too everything. His breath is a soft susurration against my skin. With a gentle tug, he pulls me closer. His arm is around me. He leans in for a kiss, and my thoughts slide away. This can't be happening. Jude? I hear Darren call uncertainly from nearby, and I stagger away from Locke. Jude, are you still in the stable? Here, I say, my face hot. We emerge into the night to find Oriana on the steps of the house, hauling Oak inside. Baby's waving to him as he tries to squirm free from his mother's grip. Taryn has her hands on her hips. Oriana has called everyone into dinner, Taryn informs us both grandly. She wants Locke to stay and eat with us. He makes a bow. You may inform your lady mother that, though I am honored to be asked to her table, I would not so impose myself on her. I only wanted to speak with you both. I will, however, call again. You may be sure of that. You talked to Jude about school? There is trepidation in Taryn's voice. I wonder what they spoke about before I returned. I wonder if he persuaded her to attend the lectures again, and if so, how he did it. Until tomorrow, he says to us with a wink. I watch him walk off, still overwhelmed. I don't dare look at Taryn, for fear she will see all of it on my face. The wild days events, the almost kiss. I am not ready to talk, so I am the one who avoids her for once. Skipping up the steps with as much nonchalance as I can muster, I head to my room to change for dinner. I forgot that I asked Maddox to teach me swordplay and strategy, but after dinner he gives me a stack of military history books from his personal library. When you're doing reading this, we will talk, he informs me. I will set you a series of challenges, and you will tell me how you might overcome them with the resources I gave you. I think he expects me to object and insist on more swordplay, but I am too tired to even think of it. Flopping down on my bed an hour later, I decide that I am not going to even take off the blue silk dress I am wearing. My hair is still disarranged, although I try to improve it with a few pretty pins. I should take those out, at least, I tell myself, but I can't seem to make any movement toward doing so. My door opens, and Taryn comes in, hopping up onto my bed. Okay, she says, poking me in the side. What did Locke want? He said he had to talk to you. He's nice, I say, rolling over and folding my arms behind my head, staring up at the folds of fabric gathered above. Not really Cardan's puppet like the rest of them. Taryn has an odd expression on her face, like she wants to contradict me, but is holding herself back. Whatever. Spill. About Locke? I ask. She rolls her eyes. About what happened with him and his friends. They're never going to respect me if I don't fight back, I tell her. She sighs. They're never going to respect you, period. I think of crawling across the grass, my knees dirty, the savor of the fruit in my mouth. Even now I can taste the echo of it, the emptiness it would fill, the giddy, delirious joy it promises. Taryn goes on. You came home practically naked yesterday, smeared with fiery fruit. Isn't that bad enough? Don't you care? Taryn has pulled her whole body back against one of the posts of my bed. I am tired of caring, I say. Why should I? Because they could kill you. They better, I say to her, because anything less than that isn't going to work. Do you have a plan for stopping them? She asks. You said you were going to defy Cardan by being your awesome self, and if he tried to take you down, you'd take him down with you. How are you going to manage that? I don't know exactly, I admit. She throws up her hands in frustration. No, look, I say. Every day that I don't beg Cardan for forgiveness over a feud he started is a day I win. He can humiliate me, but every time he does, and I don't back down, he makes himself less powerful. After all, he's throwing everything he's got at someone as weak as I am, and it's not working. He's going to take himself down. She sighs and comes over to me, laying her head against my chest, putting her arms around me. Against my shoulder, she whispers, He's Flint, you're Tinder. I hug her closer and make no promises. We stay like that for a long moment. Did Locke threaten you? She asked softly. It was so odd that he came here looking for you, and then you had such a weird expression when I walked into the stables. No, nothing bad, I tell her. I don't know exactly what he came for, but he kissed my hand. It was nice, like out of a storybook. Nice things don't happen in storybooks, Darin says. Or when they do happen, something bad happens next, because otherwise the story would be boring and no one would read it. It's my turn to sigh. I know it's stupid, thinking well of one of Gordon's friends, but he really did help me. He stood up to Gordon, but I'd rather talk about you. There's someone, isn't there? When you said you were going to fall in love, you were talking about someone in particular. Not that I'd be the first to gong her. There's a boy, she says slowly. He's going to declare himself at Prince Dane's coronation. He's going to ask for my hand from Malok, and then everything is going to change for me. I think of her weeping, standing beside Gordon. I think of how angry she's been that I am feuding with him. I think of that, and a cold and terrible dread creeps over me. Who? I demand. Please not Gordon. Anyone but Gordon. I promise not to tell anyone, she says. Even you. Our promises don't matter, I say, thinking of Prince Dane's yes, still freezing my tongue, of how little any of them trust us. No one expects us to have any honor. Everyone knows we lie. She gives me a stern, disapproving look. It's a fiery prohibition. If I break it, he'll know. I need to show him I can live like one of the folk. Okay, I say slowly. Be happy for me, she says, and I feel cut to the quick. She has found her place in Fairy, and I guess I have found mine, but I can't help worrying. Just tell me something about him. Tell me that he's kind. Tell me that you love him and that he's promised to be good to you. Tell me. He's a Fairy, she says. They don't love the way we do, and I think you would like him. That's something. That doesn't sound like Gardan, whom I despise, but I am not sure I find her answer reassuring either. What does it mean I would like him? Does that mean we've never met? What does it mean that he doesn't love the way we do? I am happy for you. Honest, I say, although I am more worried than anything. This is exciting. When Rihanna's dressmaker comes, you're going to have to make sure you get an extra pretty gown. Darren relaxes. I just want everything to be better for both of us. I reach over to my bedside table to retrieve the book I stole from Hollow Hall. Remember this? I ask, lifting up the collected Alice's Adventures in Wonderland book. When I do, a folded piece of paper slips out and flutters to the floor. We used to read that when we were little, she says, grabbing for the book. Where did you get it? I found it, I say, not able to explain whose bookshelf it had come from, or why I had been in Hollow Hall in the first place. To test the yes, I try to say the words, spying for Prince Dane. My mouth will not move, my tongue stays still. A wave of panic washes over me, but I push it back. This is a small price for what he's given me. Taryn doesn't press for more information. She's too busy flipping through the pages and reading bits of it aloud. While I can't quite remember the cadence of my mother's voice, I think I hear an echo of it in Taryn's. Now, here, you see, it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place, she reads. If you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as that. I reach down surreptitiously and shove the fallen paper under my pillow. I plan to unfold it once she returns to her room, but instead I fall asleep, long before the story is over. I wake in the early morning, alone, needing to pee. I pad into my bath area, lift my skirts, and do my business in the copper basin left there for this purpose. Same hitting my face even though I am alone. It is one of the most humbling aspects of being human. I know that fairies are not gods. Maybe I know that better than any mortal alive, but neither have I ever seen one hunched over a bedpan. Back in bed, I push aside the curtain and let the sunlight spill in, brighter than any lamp. I take the folded up paper from behind my pillow. Smoothing it out, I see Carden's furious, arrogant handwriting scroll over the page, taking up all available space. In some places, he pressed the nib so angrily that the paper tore. Jude, it reads, its hateful rendering of my name like a punch to the gut. Jude, 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 Jude. Yeah, so many Jude, you get the idea. Chapter 15. The dressmaker comes early the next afternoon, a long-fingered, fiery cold bramblewift. Her feet are turned backward, giving her an odd gait. Her eyes are like those of a goat, brown with a horizontal line of black just at the center. She is wearing an example of her work, a woven dress with embroidered lines of thorns making a striped pattern down the length of it. She has brought, with her bolts of fabric, some of it stiff gold, one that changes color like iridescent beetle wings. Beside that, she tells us, is a spider silk so fine that it could have fit through the eye of a needle 3 times over and yet strong enough to have to be cut with silver scissors magic to never lose their edge. The purple fabric sewed through with gold and silver is so bright that it seems like moonlight itself puddling over the cushions. All the fabrics are draped onto the couch in Oriana's parlor for us to inspect. Even Vivi is drawn to run her fingers over the cloth, an absent smile on her face. There is nothing like this in the mortal world, and she knows it. Oriana's current mate, a hairy, wizened creature named Toadfloss, brings tea and cakes, meat and jam, all piled on a massive silver tray. I pour myself tea and drink it without cream, hoping it will settle my stomach. The terror of the last few days is at my heels, making me shudder without warning. The memory of the fiery fruit keeps rising unbidden to my tongue, along with the cracked lips of the servants in Balakin's palace and the sound of the leader as it struck Prince Cardan's bareback, and my own name, written over and over and over. I thought I knew how much Cardan hated me, but looking at that paper, I realized I had no idea, and he'd hate me even more still if he knew I had seen him on his knees, beaten by a human servant, a mortal, for an extra bit of humiliation, an extra dose of rage. Jude, Oriana says, and I realize that I've been staring off toward the window and the fading light. Yes, I put on a bright, false smile. Taryn and Vivienne begin to laugh. And just what are you thinking about with a dream expression like that on your face? Oriana asks, which makes Vivi laugh again. Taryn doesn't, probably because she thinks I am an idiot. I shake my head, hoping I have not gone red-faced it. No, it wasn't anything like that. I was just, I don't know, it doesn't matter. What were you talking about? The seamstress wishes to measure you first, Oriana says, since you're the youngest. I look over at Brambleworth, who holds a string between her hands. I hop up onto the box she has set before her, holding out my arms. I am a good daughter today. I am going to get a pretty gown. I will dance at Prince Dane's coronation until my feet bleed. Don't scold, the seamstress say. Before I can stammer apologize, she continues, voice pitched low. I was told to sew this dress with pockets that can conceal weapons and poisons and other little necessities. We'll make sure that's done while still sewing you to great advantage. I almost stumble off the box. I am so surprised. That's wonderful, I whisper back, knowing better than to thank her. Fairies don't believe in dismissing gratitude with a few words. They believe in debts and bargains, and the person I am meant to be most indebted to is not here. Prince Dane is the one who expects to be repaid. She smiles, pins in her mouth, and I grin back at her. I will repay him, although it seems I will have much to repay him for. I will make him proud of me. Everyone else I will make very, very sorry. When I look up, Viv is watching me suspiciously. Taryn is next to be measured. As she gets on the box, I go and drink more tea. Then I eat 3 sugary cakes and a strip of jam. Where did you go the other day? Vivi asks as I gulp down the meat like some kind of raptor bird. I have woken ravenous. I think of how I fled from our conversation on my way to Hollow Hall. I can't exactly deny that, not without explaining more about where I was going than my yeast tongue will allow. I shrug when shouldered. I made one of the other gentry kids describe what happened to you at that lecture, Vivi says. You could have died. The only reason you're alive is that they didn't want their game to be over. That's the way they are, I remind her. That's the way things are. Do you want the world to be different than it is? Because this is the world we get, Vivi. It's not the only world, she says softly. It's my world, I say, my heart hammering in my chest. I stand before she can tell me otherwise. My hands are shaking, though, and my palms are sweaty when I go to finger the fabrics. Ever since I staggered home through the woods in my underwear, I have been trying to feel nothing about what happened. I am afraid that if I begin to feel, I won't be able to bear it. I am afraid that the emotion will be like a wave sucking me under. It's not the first awful thing I have endured and pushed into the back of my brain. That's how I've been coping, and if there's another better way, I do not know it. I focus my attention on the cloth until I can breathe evenly again, until the panic dissipates. There's a velvet blue green reminding me of the lake at dusk. I find an amazing, fantastical fabric embroidered with moths and butterflies and ferns and flowers. I lift it up, and underneath is a bolt of beautiful fog grey cloth that ripples like smoke. They're so very pretty, the kind of fabrics that princesses in fairy tales wear. Of course, Tarin is right about stories. Bad things happen to those princesses. They are pricked with thorns, poisoned by apples, married to their own fathers. They have their hands cut off and their brothers turned into swans, their lovers chopped up and planted in basil pots. They vomit up diamonds. When they walk, it feels as though they're walking on knives. They still manage to look nice. I want that one, Tyrion says, pointing to the bolt of fabric I'm holding, the one with embroidery. She's done being measured. Vivi's up there, holding out her arms, watching me in that unnerving way she has, as though she knows my very thoughts. Your sister found it first, Oriana says. Please, Tarin says to me, bending her head and looking up through her eyelashes. She's joking, but she's not. She needs to look nice for this boy who is supposed to declare himself at the coronation. She doesn't understand what use my looking nice would be, me with my grudges and feuds. With a half smile, I set down the bolt. Sure, all yours. Tarin kisses me on the cheek. I guess we're back to normal. If only everything in my life were so easily resolved. I choose a different cloth, the dark blue velvet. Vivian chooses a violet that seems to be a silvery grey when she turns it over her hand. Oriana chooses a blush pink for herself, and a cricket green for Oak. Bramble-weft stars to sketch, billowing skirts and cunning little caves, corsets stitched with fanciful creatures, butterflies alighting along arms and in elaborate headpieces. I am charmed at the alien vision of myself. My corset will have two golden beetles stitched in what looks like a breastplate, with Maddox monk crest and elaborate swirls of shining thread continuing down my front, and tiny teardrop sleeves of more gold. It will certainly be clear to what household I belong. We are still making small changes when Oak runs in, being chased by Narbonne. Oak spots me first and scrambles onto my lap, throwing his arms around my neck and giving me a small bite just beneath my shoulder. Ow! I say in surprise, but he just laughs. It makes me laugh too. He's kind of a weird kid. Maybe because he's a fairy, or maybe because all kids, human or inhuman, are equally weird. Do you want me to tell you a story about a little boy who beat a stone and lost all his purely white teeth? I ask him, in what I hope is a menacing fashion, sticking my fingers under his armpits to tickle him. Yes, he says immediately between breathless giggles and shrieks. Orena strides over to us, her face full of trouble. That's very kind of you, but we ought to begin dressing for dinner. She pulls him off my lap and into her arms. He begins screaming and kicking his legs. One of the kicks lands against my stomach, hard enough to bruise, but I don't say anything. Story, he shouts. I want the story. Judy's busy right now, she says, carrying his squirming body toward the door, where Narbonne is waiting to take him back to the nursery. Why don't you ever trust me with him? I shout, and Oriana wheels around, shocked that I said a thing we don't say. I am shocked too, but I can't stop. I'm not a monster. I've never done anything to either of you. I want the story, Oak whines, sounding confused. That's enough, Oriana says sternly, as though we've all been arguing. We will speak about this later with your father. With that, she strides from the room. I don't know whose father you're talking about, because he's sure not mine, I call after her. Tarin's eyes go saucer-white. Vivienne has a small smile on her face. She takes a minute sip of tea, and then she raises the cup in my direction in salute. The seamstress is looking down and away, leaving us to our private family moment. I cannot seem to contort myself back into the shape of a beautiful child. I am coming unraveled. I am coming undone. The next day at school, Tarin walks beside me, swinging her lunch basket. I keep my head high and my jaw set. I have my little knife with me, cold iron tuck it into one of the pockets of my skirt, and more salt than I reasonably need. I even have a new necklace of rowan berries, sewn by Tatterfell and worn because there was no way she could know I didn't need it. I dally in the palace garden to gather a few more things. Are you allowed to pick those? Tarin asks, but I do not answer her. In the afternoon, we attend a lecture in a high tower, where we are taught about bird songs. Every time I feel as though my courage will falter, I let my fingers brush the cool metal of the blade. Locke looks over, and when he catches my eye, he winks. From the other side of the room, Cardan scolds at the lecturer but does not speak. When he moves to take an inkpot from a satchel, I see him wince. I think about how sore his back must be, how it must hurt to move, but if he holds himself a little more stiffly as he sneers, that seems to be the only difference in his manner. He looks well practiced in hiding pain. I think of the note I found, of the press of his nibbed pen hard enough to send flakes of ink sputtering as he wrote my name, hard enough to dig through the page, maybe to scar the desk beneath. If that's what he did to the paper, I shudder think what he wants to do to me. After school, I practice with Maddock. He shows me a particularly clever block, and I do it over and over again, better and faster, surprising even him. When I go inside, covered in sweat, I pass Oak, who is running somewhere, dragging my stuffed snake after him on a dirty rope. He's clearly stolen the snake from my room. Oak! I call after him, but he's up the stairs and away. I sluice off in my bath and then, alone in my room, unpack my school bag. Tucked down in the bottom, wrapped in a leftover piece of paper, is a single worm-eaten fiery thread I picked up on the way home. I set it on a tray and pull on leather gloves. Then I take out my knife and cut it into pieces, tiny slivers of squishy golden thread. I have researched fiery poisons in dusty, hand-script books in Maddox's library. I read about the blossom mushroom, a pale fungus that blooms with buds of a red liquid that looks uncomfortably like blood. Small doses cause paralysis, while large doses are lethal even for the folk. Then there is death sweat, which causes a sleep that lasts 100 years, and wraithberry, which makes your blood race until your heart stops. In fiery thread, of course, which one book called Ever Able. I take out a flask of pine liquor, nicked from the kitchens, thick and heavy as sap. I drop the fruit into it to keep it fresh. My hands are shaking. The final piece I put on my tongue. The rush of it hits me hard, and I grit my teeth against it. Then, while I am feeling stupid, I take out the other things. A leaf of wraithberry from the palace garden, a petal from a flower of deathsweet, the tiniest bud of juice from the blossom mushroom. From each, I cut away a tinier portion and swallow. Mithridatism, it's called. Isn't that a funny name? The process of eating poison to build up immunity. So long as I don't die from it, I'll be harder to kill. I do not make it downstairs for dinner. I am too busy retching, too busy shivering and sweating. I fall asleep in the bath area of my room, spread out on the floor. That's where the ghost finds me. I wake to his poking me in the stomach with the foot of his boot. It's only grogginess that keeps me from crying out. Rise, youth, the ghost says. The roads wants you to train tonight. I push myself up, too exhausted to disobey. Outside on the dewy grass, with the first rays of sun creeping across the island, the ghost shows me how to climb trees silently, how to put down a foot without snapping a branch or crackling a dried leaf. I thought I'd learned how in my lessons at the palace, but he shows me mistakes my teachers didn't bother correcting. I try over and over. Mostly, I fail. Good, he says, once my muscles are shaking. He's spoken so little that his voice startles me. He could more easily pass for human than Vivi, with the subtler point on his ears, light brown hair, and hazel eyes. And yet, he seems unknowable to me, both calmer and colder than she is. The sun is almost up. The lips are turning to gold. Keep practicing. Sneak up on your sisters. When he grins, with sandy hair falling over his face, he seems younger than I am, but I am sure he's not. And when he goes, he does it in such a way that it appears like vanishing. I head back home and use what I've just learned to slide foot my way past the servants on the stairs. I make it to my room, and this time, when I collapse, I manage to do it in my bed. Then I get up the next day and do everything all over again.